Hello, welcome to this special live coverage on CGTN. Live from Beijing, I'm Pan Deng. It's 10 a.m. August the 31st in Beijing, and early morning on the same day in Afghanistan. For the Afghan people, August the 31st is a day to remember, with the last US flight taking off from Kabul airport late Monday. The war-torn country is now free of Washington's military presence. But for many Afghans and the rest of the world, the future of the nation remains uncertain. Now, the Pentagon says the United States has completed withdrawal of its forces from Afghanistan, ending a 20-year war in the country. The pullout was completed late Monday, just before the August the 31st deadline set by President Joe Biden. The Taliban have hailed the US withdrawal as a watershed moment, as celebrations and gunfires ran out in Kabul in the early hours of Tuesday.
I'm here to announce the completion of our withdrawal from Afghanistan and the end of the military mission to evacuate American citizens, third country nationals, and vulnerable Afghans. The last C-17 lifted off from Hamid Karzai International Airport on August 30th, this afternoon, at 3:29 p.m. East Coast time. And the last manned aircraft is now clearing the airspace above Afghanistan. We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out. But I think if we'd stayed another 10 days, Louis, we wouldn't have gotten everybody out that we wanted to get out. And there still would have been people who would have been disappointed with that. It's a tough situation.
For more on the US response, let's cross live to our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. Hello, Kate. It's a big day for the United States, indeed. But does the full withdrawal mean the United States is free of the Afghanistan challenge?
No, I don't think it does. It really has got a lot of work still to do. There are so many unanswered questions about this, aren't there? You know, does it now mean that Afghanistan becomes a safe haven for terrorists, the very reason that the Americans went into Afghanistan in the first place? Also, what happens to the at least 100 to 200 Americans that are still in Afghanistan and want to leave? The US military saying that they were heartbroken that they couldn't get everybody out, yet the Biden administration saying they will get these people out if they want to. But it's unclear how that can happen, given the fact there are no longer any US troops there. The US no longer has control of the airport or the airspace. And of course, the embassy has shut and all the diplomatic presence has moved out of the country to Qatar.
Indeed, Kate, it looks like unclear is the key word for the Biden administration now. And let's talk a little bit more about the US diplomatic retreat to Doha. What does that mean for those remaining US citizens and some other elements and people in Afghanistan?
Well, it's very difficult, isn't it? It's hard to see how the US is going to easily get those people out of the country, and indeed those Afghan allies that they've also promised safe passage to. The Biden administration saying that the Taliban has promised it's committed to allowing those people to leave the country, and the US say, the Biden administration saying that they will be holding them to account on that, and if they don't keep their word over that, then the US will not be bringing diplomats back to Afghanistan anytime soon. But certainly without boots on the ground or indeed diplomats on the ground, it does seem very difficult for them to get anybody out. Again, the White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan saying that, you know, we do have means and mechanisms of having diplomats on the ground there, and we will be able to continue to process out these applicants and facilitate the passage of people out of the country. But for most of us, it's hard to see how easily that will happen, although at the moment the Biden administration is saying that will happen. Joe Biden himself has said he will be speaking to the nation later on Tuesday to give a lengthier explanation as to why this was such a sudden and at times chaotic withdrawal.
And Kate, what's the response from the Republicans so far?
Well, outrage, really. A lot of them are using this as a way of saying that Joe Biden is incapable of this job as commander-in-chief, citing the chaos and the deaths of the leader with years of experience in foreign policy and a steady hand in these things, kind of trying to contrast himself with his predecessor. Yet the Republicans are now saying, look, this is what he said he was, but actually he's created chaos and left more questions than answers over this whole thing. So the Republicans are definitely using it to try to paint Joe Biden as incapable of being the commander-in-chief, and I'm no doubt they will be using it in campaigns as we head towards the midterm elections next year, when Republicans will be trying to gain back seats in Congress to take control, certainly of the House of Representatives, over from the Democrats. So I think many Democrats will be concerned that what's happened in Afghanistan and this hasty, chaotic withdrawal will be used against them the next time the Americans head to the polls.
Thank you very much. Our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. A divided UN Security Council has adopted a resolution calling on the Taliban to allow safe passage for people who want to leave Afghanistan. The resolution stressed the importance of maintaining humanitarian access. It was adopted on Monday as the US completed its evacuation of forces from Afghanistan. French President Emmanuel Macron said on Sunday that countries are working on a UN proposal aimed at establishing a safe zone in Kabul, but this suggestion was not mentioned in Monday's Security Council resolution. The August 31st deadline is approaching for US troops and other US elements to leave Afghanistan. The pullout has left the country in chaos, with the Taliban taking control of the capital Kabul more than a week ago. We take a look at how the situation has unfolded over the past month, as many uncertainties remain about Afghanistan's future under Taliban.
A month ahead of Washington's deadline to withdraw all of its troops from Afghanistan by August 31st, the Taliban were making rapid gains across the country. The group was capturing major cities, raising concerns over the potential of a takeover.
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well-equipped as any army in the world, and an air force, against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
I did expect some increased Taliban hold on territories that they were surrounding but had not yet captured. But the speed with which and the amount of territory that they have acquired is unexpected.
On August 11th, an unnamed U.S. intelligence official warned that Afghanistan's capital Kabul could fall to the Taliban within 90 days. But it took less time than that. Just 4 days later, the group entered the capital and seized the presidential palace. Then Afghan President Ashraf Ghani fled the country, in his words, to prevent bloodshed. The rapid takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban not only shocked the U.S. and its NATO allies, forcing them to accelerate their troop withdrawal, but also left the Afghan people in chaos. Thousands of civilians, fearing for their lives, swarmed across the tarmac of Kabul's airport to escape the Taliban's rule. U.S. soldiers fired warning shots into the air to maintain order, and at least 20 people died in and surrounding the airport over the 7 days following the Taliban's takeover. Amid the chaos and hasty efforts by the U.S. and its allies to evacuate, the Kabul airport also became a target for terrorist attacks. On the evening of August 26, the ISIS-K group set off explosives at the airport, killing 170 people, including Taliban members, civilians, and 13 American soldiers.
I was 50 or 60 meters away from the scene. The explosion happened all of a sudden. No one saw it coming. The blast has left a high number of people injured or dead.
Fears over terrorist attacks grew in the capital. The U.S. Embassy there issued security alerts on August 29th, calling on U.S. citizens to stay clear of the airport area. U.S. President Joe Biden vowed retribution for the attacks. And during its last days in Afghanistan, the U.S. carried out several airstrikes against ISIS-K targets. The power shift is also raising concerns over a refugee crisis, as thousands of Afghans flee the country. Many neighboring nations have already begun trying to stop a massive influx of people.
I'm coming from Kandahar due to the ongoing uncertain situation. We face trouble here at the Pakistani side of the border. Pakistani officials are asking for travel documents which we don't have, but finally they allowed us to cross the border.
Afghanistan's economy is also in crisis. Kabul first saw the closure of major markets and banks, and then prices for basic goods rose.
The items we buy, such as flour and gas, are very expensive because the Afghan currency is losing its value against the US dollar. Everything is getting more expensive.
Experts warn of growing poverty in the country, with much economic uncertainty ahead.
Now, for the latest situation in Afghanistan, let's cross live to our correspondent Nusratullah Hakpao in Kabul. Nusratullah, it's a big and historic day for Afghanistan indeed. So how does Kabul look like right now?
Well, good morning everyone. This is the happiest day for Afghans in Kabul. Exactly, it was 1 a.m. in the morning that suddenly gunfiring started all over the Kabul city, and people woke up from the sleep and they surprised what happened in Kabul. But in later seconds they understood that this is the gunfiring in celebration of withdrawal and also leaving of US forces, that the last airplane has left Kabul airport in Afghanistan once again became freed from the occupation of US and NATO forces. As I was awake and traveling in Kabul city, and in every street there was Taliban soldiers and a little bit local people, and they were celebrating and they were giving congratulations that once again they could liberate their land and their home from the occupation forces of US and NATO. And it was the day that will record and register in the history of Afghanistan, and they will celebrate.
Well, Nusratullah, as we're talking about this, we're watching live footage from Kabul airport. This is the very morning of August the 31st in Kabul, Afghanistan's capital. This is the first day in Afghanistan without US military elements in 20 years, as our correspondent Nusratullah Hakpao just mentioned. It's the happiest day for Afghans. And Nusratullah, let's continue this discussion. You started by saying it's the happiest day for people in Afghanistan. Of course, they're happy about the withdrawal of US military elements, but are they also happy about the future government led by Taliban?
Well, this is a great question. The withdrawal of US forces in NATO, liberation of our country is one element that is the happiest, and that is the issue that every Afghan is celebrating and congratulating. And even I have seen those who were part of the ex-government of Ashraf Ghani, they were congratulating and they expressed their feelings of happiness regarding withdrawal of US forces. But there are some concerns regarding the future government. The first one is the forming of a government that the people can trust and people can see themselves in the government. The second is the services to be provided and offered by the government ruled by the Taliban. And the third is the loss of the value of Afghani currency against the dollar. Therefore, people want and ask every day the Taliban and their leadership to form government, to provide and offer services, and also to open banking system and also money exchanges markets. These are the concerns in common among Afghans. Therefore, they lost the government, and within last 2 weeks, we do not have a government, official government, to provide services for Afghan people, and also to control the market, and also to have the trust and confidence of businessmen in Afghanistan. Yes, these are the issues of concern for Afghan, and we can feel it. But the issue of withdrawal of U.S. forces, liberation of our country is something that is celebrated on every street, every village, and every corner of Kabul and across the country.
Now, if this is liberation, as you just described it, and you also talked about some big issues for the future Afghan government, but what about a more specific and imminent one? How will the Taliban deal with those remaining citizens of Western countries, and also those Afghan people still desperately want to leave the country?
Yes, the Taliban leaders repeatedly announced that they will allow and they will prepare the safe passage of those Afghans who have documents of travel and going to abroad. They will prepare this passage, and there will be no problem and prevention for those who want to leave Afghanistan. They can go by air, they can leave by land. So Taliban guaranteed this, and it is now going to reality. The Taliban will pave the way for those. Therefore, they repeatedly expressed in their statements and their expressions through media, and also they guaranteed this for the US and European Union, that they will not prevent and they will not create problems for those Afghans to want to leave.
Now, Nasratullah, you just mentioned several big issues for the Taliban to address in the near future. Any of their plans addressing those issues have been announced after the US withdrawal?
This is very short time. Just we have 6 hours before that US confirmed and allowed that we have completely left Afghanistan, and there is no any soldier of US present in Afghanistan. But it's one night in Afghanistan, and now that I'm talking with you, it is early in the morning. Up till now, we do not have any announcement of the Taliban. Just on social media, their supporters, some of their lowest officials welcome this, but till now they do not announce any formation or any position. But we are hopeful during the day that they will announce, and they will have a position regarding this issue about their forming government, their leadership, and also type of the government. They will announce, yes.
Well, Nasratullah, it's already August the 31st in Kabul, and looks like the sun is shining. How will you spend the day, and have you talked to your friend? How are you going to spend the day of August the 31st? Well, it looks like we need to talk to Nasratullah later in this coverage, but for more insights into what's happening in Afghanistan, we're joined in the studio by Ms. He Wenping from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. So, Ms. He, as we just heard from our correspondent in Kabul, he's an Afghan, by the way, he described August the 31st as the happiest day for the Afghan people and a day of liberation. So, from the other side, would you say this is a day of failure for the US invasion and occupation?
Of course, the day for Afghan people is the happiest day. I can imagine their feeling. But of course, for the United States, I think it is a failure day. There's also no doubt about that. Think about, after all those 20 years long, and spend so many, the soldiers' lives and also the money, and then ended up with nothing. And even the final days, and even continue sacrifice another 13, U.S. soldiers' lives. And then there's another big blow, even for the final withdrawal. So look about what's happening in Afghanistan. The President Biden used to make a speech after the Taliban took over the power in such a fast way, speedy way. And in his speech, he said, actually, in the past 20 years, we haven't been in Afghanistan to do any nation building. We were just there for anti-terror. This is what he said. He wants to cut apart the two things. One is nation building, another is anti-terror. So in his words, even though the Taliban took over the power, has nothing to do with U.S. mission.
Ironically, none of those two were accomplished, right? Because Afghan was not certainly was not rebuilt or getting any better under U.S. occupation, and according to some study, terrorist attacks in Afghanistan increased from 20 or around 20 in 2001 to over 2,000 last year.
Yes, that's exactly I'm going to address, because even put aside this nation building or whatever, and then even the anti-terror also is totally failure. Even U.S. soldiers themselves pay their lives this price, and then to give another footage to prove. Actually, before the U.S. moved in Afghanistan, they were saying there are only like under than 10 those so-called terrorist groups. So it's just single number. But now after 20 years anti-terror, so now the terrorist groups are mushroomed, more than like 20, like this Holosan, like ISK, and also many other, those like mushroomed one. So even in terms of those numbers of terrorist groups, now it's more than before. And then you see this airport explosion, big one, even caused a lot of Afghan people, those casualties. You can see it's so easy for them to organize this suicide bombing. Actually, you have no way to chase who are they, because they dressed in Afghan people's clothes, and then totally cannot make any those differential between who is terrorist people, who is the Afghan people, who is the people carry those documents want to leave, and who is come to do the suicide. So actually, this is the thing for anti-terror. It's not easy, because even though you're based there like somehow the peak time, I think the U.S. soldiers based there like even 100,000 more. And then even the peak time, the things cannot in control, even in the U.S. hands or the NATO armies, those troops. So Taliban, at the beginning, you destroyed them. The government changed, regime change, we see. And then 20 years, you're trying to establish a new one. But very ironically, this President Ghani, even becoming the first one, fled away. And then all those troops, Afghanistan's troops, equipped by the U.S., those arms, all those weapons, and trained so much time and money, but disappeared in a very funny way. No fighting at all. So I think
2 decades lost, and it looks like everything started from
and
all
even
over
people,
again.
I think Afghan people suffer the most.
Indeed. We'll be getting back to you, Ms. He. Now, the U.S. on Friday carried out drone strikes in the eastern Afghan province of Nangarhar, targeting the Islamic State's affiliate ISIS-K. Now, the ISIS-K has claimed the responsibility for Thursday's attack at Kabul airport last Thursday, which killed at least 170 people and injured more than 150. Washington said 2 key targets from the group were killed in Friday's operation, but many residents in Nangarhar said the U.S. airstrikes also killed innocent locals.
At about 11:30 p.m. on Thursday, I was sleeping on the rooftop when I suddenly heard sounds of an explosion. Children started crying. I saw a drone flying across the sky, flashing green lights. I rushed to get off the rooftop and I heard more cries, but I didn't know what happened. Then I saw cars coming in which were transferring the injured. The families of the dead have lived here for a long time. He made a living by driving an electric tricycle. I've never seen him in contact with any strangers. We all think he has nothing to do with any extremist groups. In the morning, he always drove his electric tricycle to make money in town, and he got back home in the evening.
Chinese Deputy Ambassador to the UN Geng Shuang pointed out that recent chaos in Afghanistan is directly related to the hasty and disorderly withdrawal of foreign troops. He made remarks on Monday as the UN Security Council voted on a draft resolution on Afghanistan. Geng Shuang said the withdrawal of troops is not the end of responsibility, but nations should use it as a reflection. He also said the countries should take responsibility for the past 20 years and should consider the Afghan people's interests. Now let's continue our discussion. We are also joined by Mr. Paulo von Schrock, President of the Global Policy Institute from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Schrock, also we're joined by Ms. He Wenping. So let me start with you, Mr. Schrock, at this time. Would you say this is the utter failure of the US invasion initiated 20 years ago? And let's remember, 20 years ago, the international community argued that the US invasion cannot be justified by any international law. But now it looks like this invasion cannot be justified by the US own mission statement.
Well, I mean, yes, of course. This was a complete failure, but a failure that was well known, unfortunately, many years ago. There's nothing new in what Mr. Biden said at the beginning of this year. The difference between him and his predecessors is that he acted politically, I would say, in a rather courageous manner to admit this failure and to say, as we say here, stop putting good money after bad. Simply, the Afghan government was completely corrupt. The United States spent directly close to $1 trillion in military and, most significantly, civilian aid, building schools, hospitals, beefing up the capacity of the central government, and on and on and on. And this is the result. The result is having propped up a completely corrupt government where the officers were not paying the soldiers and sold their weapons in the black market. This is what, unfortunately, we were supporting. And therefore, the decision to stop this operation, which, by the way, was almost finished, the American military presence inherited by Mr. Biden was 2,500 men. That's hardly an invasion force. That was nothing. And the fact is that the Afghan government was unable to keep things together, and the Afghan military melted away. They ran away after having been trained at a cost of almost $100 billion by the United States of America.
So, Mr. Schrock, you said this was a US failure known many years ago. So how come this failure lasted for 2 decades? And you talked about some good money. It looks like it was good money for the US military-industrial complex.
Well, I mean, maybe somebody made money, but clearly the country didn't make any money. The country, as I said, the direct expenditures for Afghanistan are calculated to be around $1 trillion. If you consider the indirect expenditures, including care for veterans and 20,000 wounded people, etc., some people argue it may be even closer to $2 trillion. Somebody probably made money, defense contractors and you name it, but it was a colossal drainage on the U.S. Treasury, and this is paid by the American taxpayers. Politically speaking, it's maybe explainable to some extent. Why is it that failure compounded by failure was essentially continued? For 8 years, it was Mr. Bush. For 8 more years, Mr. Biden. Mr. Obama, I should say. Biden was the vice president, and then it was Mr. Trump. That whatever we can say about his style and eccentricities and what have you, he is the one who started the negotiations for American withdrawal and cut down the American military presence from 15,000 men to the 2,500 that Mr. Biden inherited. It was telegraphed to the entire world back in September 2019 that we were done, that America was seeking a deal with the Taliban such as it was, and that America was ready to go. What Mr. Biden did was to cut the final cord.
And Ms. He, from the Kosovo War in the 1990s to the Afghan invasion in the early 21st century. How badly has the United States sabotaged the international system as we know it?
Well, just like our American colleagues mentioned, at the beginning, U.S., they have totally ignored so-called international law. They ignored the UN's the function and authority. Even just simply put the United Nations on the margin, on the marginary this position. So actually, when the U.S. made this invasion in Afghanistan, and after so many years, we have seen one failure followed with another failure, and then we have seen this Afghanistan government, the U.S. backed up with so much money, so much the energy and a long time, and then just ended up in such a terrible corruption. Even the soldiers sold their weapons in the black market. I also heard that those soldiers on the fighting front, they haven't been paid by months, and even hasn't have enough food to eat. So with such kind of troops, how come you can imagine you can count on them to fight for who? For those Afghanistan government, those people sitting in the office and do corruption and swallow all those the country's wealth in their own belly and put in their own pocket. So of course this is a totally failure. Even for the U.S. citizens themselves, they're angry about those taxpayers' money also has been consumed away, and only those military, those company, they want to keep those wars in decades long. In that way, they can continue to guard those deals for weapon export, weapon making. So I think this is the totally failure without any question.
Right, Mr. Schrock, let me refer you to some remarks from Chinese Deputy Ambassador to the UN, Geng Shuang. He said, withdrawal of troops is not the end of responsibility, but nations should use it as a reflection. Do you think there will be any kind of reflection from the United States?
Well, the reflection has, to be honest with you, the reflection already started when Mr. Biden campaigned back in the presidential elections of last year. He said, it's time to go. That was a reflection, and it's time to go because this has been an utter failure. As I said earlier, the American military presence was already reduced to almost nothing. But there was this fiction that we should continue to have some kind of a support role for a military of 300,000 men that we had spent a fortune equipping and training and what have you against a ragtag guerrilla outfit of 50,000 lightly armed Taliban. And the fact that the Taliban managed to make significant inroads over a number of years, particularly in the rural areas, attests to the fact that, strangely enough, they seem to be more popular, at least with some of the rural population in Afghanistan, than the government officials that were there apparently to steal and to harass the local people. And so this was, unfortunately, the measure of the complete failure. This was an operation which had started legitimately as a retaliation against the 9/11 attacks. But that became a completely different operation almost immediately thereafter. And incidentally, sadly, that operation, which was going after Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, failed. We did not get Osama bin Laden for another 10 years because he managed to escape in the aftermath of the immediate American invasion back at the end of 2001. So instead, the Americans believed that it was their mission to democratize Afghanistan, to make it into a modern state that would be inhospitable to terror groups. That was maybe a good idea in principle, but it was a complete disaster in terms of its implementation. So has the nation, America, come to terms with this misguided and completely wrong way of using resources, which are many, which could have been more productively employed in different areas, including in domestic matters here in the United States? Well, I'm not sure. There will be a lot of discussions and polemics and recriminations going forward. Certainly, the fact that the Afghan government of Mr. Ghani collapsed so quickly, unfortunately, got the Biden administration completely off guard and made what was planned to be a more orderly and staggered evacuation a mad rush to the airport, as we all know. And it is, in that sense, remarkable that the United States forces managed to evacuate 120,000 people in 15 days, which has never been done in modern history. So that in itself is an achievement, but is an achievement in the middle of a disaster. And we shall see what will be the reflections. But I would say that American public opinion is squarely behind the notion that this war was a mistake and it should have been ended. This all opinion polls indicate that Americans didn't want this to continue. Of course, they regret greatly.
Hopefully there will be any kind of responsible reflection, if you will. Thank you very much, Mr. Paulo von Schreck and Ms. He Wenping there. Now let's cross live to our correspondent Sean Calebs in Washington, D.C. Sean, you worked in Afghanistan as a reporter and a diplomat 10 years ago. What are some highlights of your years there? And are you surprised by today's chaos and failure caused by the US invasion lasting 2 decades?
Let me separate those two because they're two pretty big different things. I worked as a diplomat from February 2011 to February 2012. And at the time, the footprint of the U.S. Embassy was just huge. And it was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And all along, we were working with Afghan colleagues. And the goal, we were told from the top down, that we were going to work with Afghan colleagues and eventually turn all the operations over to Afghans, whether it would be an effort for political endeavors, economic endeavors, strategic communications, all of those. So that's the reason it got so big. So to see everything happen and now realize there's no diplomatic presence at all in Afghanistan, they've moved the operation to Doha, Qatar, is something, to be honest with you, I'm surprised it happened like this. I'm surprised that it played out so rapidly. I can't imagine anybody drew it up on a diagram like this, but clearly U.S. President Joe Biden was working with a very hard deadline, because if the U.S. didn't get as many Afghans at risk and the U.S. Personnel over there out of the country by August 31st, run the risk of having the Taliban, who really controlled the airport, for lack of a better term, at the 11th hour, of turning their guns on the U.S. forces there, who would have been horribly outnumbered. In terms of covering it as a reporter, I went there first after 2002, right after the Taliban had been driven underground and they had chased al-Qaeda out and they had Osama bin Laden on the run. And I remember going through and talking to people on the streets, and it was much less crowded back then. In 2002, they had about 21 million people. Today, they have 36 million. So it was, it was significantly less crowded, a lot less traffic. People were very glad to see Americans. They would come up to me on the street and say, the only reason we have peace in this country right now is because of the Americans. We hope it moves on like that. Then when I went back as a reporter in the early 2014, around there, you would see that there was a huge change. Corruption had really taken hold in Afghanistan. The United States throwing money at this problem, spending some $2 trillion. If you break it down, it comes out to almost $300 million a day. So I don't think anybody thought that the would collapse as amazingly fast as it did. And as I mentioned, the U.S. presence is no longer in Afghanistan, but they are certainly going to keep an eye on insurgents in that area. We saw the difficulty the Taliban is already having as ISIS-K has been able to infiltrate and get past checkpoints and launch a suicide bomb that struck a hotel and also killed scores of Afghans, as well as 13 U.S. Servicemen and women. So it is chaotic, as you said. It's going to be very difficult to manage going forward. And they got 76,000 Afghans out of there. Well, a country of 36 million, there's a lot more that worked as translators, that worked at the U.S. Embassy, that worked in the provinces with the U.S. Teams that were out in that area. So a lot of people are still trying to get out. My colleagues that I knew from my days as a diplomat have been calling me saying, is there anything you can do to help us get out? And you feel extremely helpless because these people are going to have a target on their backs working for the United States, and now the Taliban controlling, and we look for the Taliban to put some kind of government together in the near future. What is that going to look like? Could Hamid Karzai actually have a role in this? Abdullah, who was the chief executive of Afghanistan. So there's still really a lot at play, Pandang.
And Sean, you've covered a lot about war in Afghanistan in your 30-year career as a journalist. Now, some used to call it a forever war, but it looks like now nothing lasts forever. So what's going to happen for the American influence in future days regarding Afghanistan and even the wider region?
Well, I don't think you could say the U.S. is going to have any kind of reach within Afghanistan. I think that's certainly something that's not going to happen. And here in the United States, I think that there's a very large belief that, okay, 20 years is enough. The Afghans had an army of 300,000 strong. If they're going to fight the Taliban, if they want to keep a democratic way of life, that's up to them. And when it became clear the United States was withdrawing, got down to 2,500 troops, and you saw just this lightning fast effort by the Taliban to take control of the cities in the north, Mazar-e-Sharif, and to the west, Herat, Jalalabad to the east, Kandahar to the south, and then finally Kabul. It went so quickly, I don't think anybody really thought it would play out like that. And then if you look at the Afghans who were there, I talked about this corruption. I think one of your guests had alluded to it earlier. The troops just weren't getting paid. There are allegations that the senior officers were pocketing the money, doing whatever they wanted with it, and now they're certainly going to pay the price for that moving forward. But the 300,000 strong Afghan force the United States spent untold billions on trying to construct from the ground up was just a colossal failure at the end. They did nothing to try and defend the nation. And now now that the Taliban is going to come in, will they stick to their pledge that they will allow people to leave the country freely, or now that they completely control that nation, how is that going to move forward? Because the Taliban has also been promising citizens in Afghanistan that they want to bring peace, they want to end bloodshed, and so that's certainly a lot of people tired of the fighting, tired of the U.S. presence. We're actually saying, maybe the Taliban is not a bad substitute at this point. Certainly 20 years has not brought us peace. And so if ISIS is really going to have a significant effect with only 1,500 to 2,500 members, they just could be that thorn under the saddle, if you will, that completely disrupts their way of life. Before the United States went there, this is an area that had undergone a horrendous civil war that really devastated that entire nation. And could it go back to that? It's very difficult to say. But to know that the U.S. was paying 70% of the country's operating budget, so when they left, that completely collapsed. You're going to see a lot of heartache in the coming days ahead. You're going to see people who can't get out of the country. You're going to see people who can't access their money. You're going to see people who can't get food. You're going to see people who can't get health care. And you may very well see a very heavy-handed Taliban try and get control of the area. So it's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be interesting to see if the U.S. says anything, if the allies say anything. I can't imagine anybody drew it up like this and wanted to happen like this. They're making a great deal about the fact they got 123,000 people out of there from August 14th to now, 79,000 the U.S., the rest from the allies. But that's just a drop in a bucket if you have 36 million people there. So many of them work side by side with the U.S., and so many of them are now in harm's way.
Indeed, uncertainty remains for the Afghan people. Thank you very much. Our correspondent Sean Caleb's in Washington, D.C. And for years, critics have condemned a long-lasting US-led war in Afghanistan. Now, as the US completes its troop withdrawal, the Biden administration is taking much of the blame for a miscalculated and catastrophic end to this war. Our next report examines what role each of the 4 presidents have played in the past 20 years and what their share of the legacy may be.
20 years after the United States toppled the Taliban, the world watched as the group reclaimed Afghanistan without much opposition in a matter of days. The withdrawal of American forces and their allies has fallen on the shoulders of every US president after George W. Bush. This year, the pullout was completed under Joe Biden, exposing what critics have called a can of worms. The conflict has cost trillions of dollars, funds meant for the upkeep of US troops and Afghanistan's economic development. Some 200,000 people have died, a third of them were civilians, and millions have been displaced.
حالت اشتکای ما رسای کنیم ببینیم باشه از مثلا فکر ببینیم دروغگوره گفتنش خوبش نیست نه حالت از رسای کنیم دو روز از سر خواخ است کسی یک تکرانان یک جور آب بر از اینا یک فرش پلاستیکی رو از اینا لازم نداره.
Now many are asking, what was America's longest war for? Shortly after one of the deadliest days in US history, President George W. Bush declared a global war on terror. America's main target was the Islamist militant group Al-Qaeda and its leader, Osama bin Laden, identified as the mastermind behind 9/11. The military campaign centered on Taliban-ruled Afghanistan, which Washington has accused of protecting terrorists.
The United States military has begun strikes against Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations.
But some analysts have said that there was more to the US invasion than meets the eye.
His first objective, again, was to try to leverage 9/11 into an attack on Iraq. But in terms of the broader geostrategic objectives, one was to put this massive US military footprint in Central Asia because there were broader strategic interests at stake related to containing Russia and China.
US firepower routed the Taliban government within a span of 2 months. A week after the war began, the group said it might hand over bin Laden for trial in a third country if the US would stop bombing and present evidence that he was connected to 9/11.
There's no need to discuss innocence or guilt. We know he's guilty. Turn him over. If they want us to stop our military operations, they just got to meet my conditions. And when I said no negotiations, I meant no negotiations.
Bombing continued as bin Laden escaped to Pakistan. A year later, President Bush announced a reconstruction plan for the battle-torn country, redirecting military support to the war in Iraq. Press coverage of the US invasion of Afghanistan portrayed the conflict as difficult but necessary.
If we're looking at it in sort of cold, hard, real politics, the U.S. was following its interest here, but it should have been clear from the start that this was never really about liberating Afghanistan, never really about liberating Afghan women, never really about establishing a new state or democracy, but rather fulfilling the strategic objectives of American superpower unilateralism.
But the violence did not stop, as the Taliban and other groups maintained pockets of resistance across the country. Under President Barack Obama, the US ramped up troops to help fight off insurgency. In 2011, there were more than 100,000 American soldiers in Afghanistan. The goal appeared simple but ambitious. The US would help train Afghan forces, stabilize the government, and leave by the end of the year.
Early into the conflict in Vietnam, that the U.S. position was unwinnable. And I think we have that same sort of realization that's taking place during the Obama administration. So I think what we see over time is the Obama administration slowly drawing down forces so they can't be blamed historically, but also avoiding taking responsibility for the real problem at hand.
On May 2nd, 2011, nearly a decade after the 9/11 attacks, President Obama announced what would be perceived as a foreign policy victory.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. After nearly 10 years of service, struggle, and sacrifice, we know well the costs of war.
But continued threats of insecurity kept the US in Afghanistan. Troops were significantly scaled down by 2014, but they did not leave entirely.
We have to recognize Afghanistan will not be a perfect place. And it is not America's responsibility to make it one. The future of Afghanistan must be decided by Afghans. But what the United States can do, what we will do, is secure our interests and help give the Afghans a chance, an opportunity to seek a long overdue and hard-earned peace.
America's military involvement in the Afghan conflict can be traced as far back as the 1970s, way before its own war.
When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, we had this brilliant idea that we were going to come to Pakistan and create a force of mujahideen, equip them with Stinger missiles and everything else to go after the Soviets inside Afghanistan. And we were successful. The Soviets left Afghanistan, and then we said, great, goodbye, leaving these trained people who were fanatical in Afghanistan and Pakistan, leaving them well armed, creating a mess, frankly, that at the time we didn't really recognize. We were just so happy to see the Soviet Union fall. Now you look back, the people we're fighting today, we were supporting in the fight against the Soviets.
When Donald Trump took office in 2017, the Afghan war had grown largely unpopular among Americans. Trump was critical of previous administrations.
When I became president, I was given a bad and very complex hand, but I fully knew what I was getting into. We must address the reality of the world as it exists right now, the threats we face, and the confronting of all of the problems of today, and extremely predictable consequences of a hasty withdrawal.
For years, peace talks stalled amid infighting among Afghan factions. But in February 2019, the US announced the result of its own negotiations with the Taliban. The deal? All US troops and their allies out of Afghanistan, with the guarantee that the Taliban would keep terrorist groups out as well.
As we speak, the United States is also working to end the war in Afghanistan, and we are bringing our troops home. America is fulfilling our destiny as peacemaker, but it is peace through strength.
Some accused Trump of seeking a distraction from his government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Trump had really, from the beginning, sold his political brand as repudiating the old Republicans. He really targeted Bush for lying about the war on terror, for having this misguided strategy into Afghanistan and Iraq. And clearly, by Trump's time in power, this was no longer really delivering strategic benefits, but just massive costs. As a result, he wants to advance this goal because it's become part of his talking points for re-election.
When Joe Biden became president, however, he followed through on Trump's policy and in April announced a complete end to the Afghan military operation by September 11th, exactly 20 years after the 9/11 attacks. But what the Biden administration did not anticipate was the pace at which the Taliban regained control as the US made their exit.
The speed of the Taliban's advance has been very surprising. The fact that the Taliban are advancing is not surprising, and I attribute that to President Biden's decision. He, I think, delivered a crippling morale blow to the Afghan army, and they no longer believed they had the resources they needed to win.
Biden has defended his decision, saying nation building was not the United States' purpose in Afghanistan, contradicting those in the Bush era who said they would rebuild the country.
You have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan is taking many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president.
The last couple days I've been struggling with the emotion of it. Just there's a mix of anger, a mix of depression, about what's happening.
The blame here isn't the fact that the catastrophe has occurred, because again, it might have happened regardless. Rather, that Biden has seemed so indifferent to the consequences and did so little to try to prevent it.
A former United Nations envoy has described the US withdrawal as a colossal failure, but also suggests the blame cannot be pinned on a single administration, much less a single leader.
I think the proper way to describe this is that the Biden administration implemented the Trump surrender agreement that was signed in 2020. And, we can debate who's most culpable. I don't think that's a particularly productive thing. If we want to know where it went wrong, I would say maybe around the beginning of 2002.
The blame game in Washington has already begun in earnest, and those who support the president say it's Trump's fault, and those who support Trump say it's Biden's fault, and some people say no, it's Ashraf Ghani's fault, and other people say no, it's the intelligence community's fault, and they say it's George W. Bush's fault for And I think here failure is going to have 1,000 fathers.
Meanwhile, analysts say America's unilateral decisions on Afghanistan are raising concerns among its allies, from hasty peace talks under Trump to a hasty pullout under Biden.
He was negotiating unilaterally with the Taliban, excluding American allies who had supported the U.S. in Afghanistan, and even excluding the Afghan government. He really shifted what was happening on the ground.
Despite growing fatigue from the conflict, some Americans believe U.S. efforts were not in vain.
In the 20 years that the United States and our partners have been in Afghanistan, a new generation of Afghan leaders has stepped forward to help chart a better future for the country. Their ranks include women's rights activists, independent journalists, anti-corruption crusaders, and democracy advocates.
But Professor Mahoney says it's hard to put a positive spin on defeat.
In time, the disaster in Afghanistan will be remembered as an American failure, not simply attributable to one president. It will be remembered as the clearest example of imperial hubris, as squandering the peace dividend after the Cold War, as the continuation of permanent war with the so-called war on terror, as the unjust deserts of a global superpower acting unilaterally without impunity.
Within less than 2 weeks, the Taliban's advance unfolded like a takeover waiting to happen. Questions have been raised over how the group gained so much traction in the past 2 decades. The Taliban say they believe most Afghans never supported or grew frustrated by the US in power.
Occupation is occupation. It is lack of freedom. It is that many things are imposed on the people. You do not have independent economic policy, political policy, and social policy, so and so. But in independence, you are the owner. You take up decision and implement them, and you take decision bearing in mind the interest of your country and of your people.
Over the centuries, Afghanistan's location at crossroads of Asia has made it a battlefield for competing empires, from the Persians to the Mongols. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the British and the Soviets invaded and were forced to leave. Now it's the United States' turn, and many are asking if they should have descended on Afghanistan in the first place. What legacy will be left behind? Who should take responsibility for the war? And, above all, will the US continue or change its long-standing policy of military interventionism?
That's it for this segment of CGTN's special coverage on Afghanistan. I'm Pandong in Beijing. Don't go away. This coverage continues right after this.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Hello, you're watching CGTN. This is our special coverage on Afghanistan. It's 11 a.m. in Beijing, August the 31st, and 7:30 a.m. on the same day in Afghanistan. For the Afghan people, Tuesday is a day to remember. With the last US flight taking off from Kabul airport late Monday, the country is now free of US military presence. But for many Afghans and the rest of the world, the future of the nation remains uncertain. And we'll go live to Kabul and Washington, D.C. for the latest on the ground. And for more insights, we'll talk to a research fellow from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And we'll also have a senior partner at Ambly Advisory joining us. Do stay tuned for that coming up. So the Pentagon says the United States has completed withdrawal of its forces from Afghanistan, ending a 20-year war in the country. The withdrawal was completed late Monday, just before the August 31st deadline set by President Joe Biden. The Taliban have hailed U.S. withdrawal as a watershed moment, as celebrations and gunfire ran out in Kabul in the early hours of Tuesday.
I'm here to announce the completion of our withdrawal from Afghanistan and the end of the military mission to evacuate American citizens, third country nationals, and vulnerable Afghans. The last C-17 lifted off from Hamid Karzai International Airport on August 30th this afternoon at 3:29 p.m. East Coast time. And the last manned aircraft is now clearing the airspace above Afghanistan. We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out. But I think if we'd stayed another 10 days, Louis, we wouldn't have gotten everybody out that we wanted to get out. And there still would have been people who would have been disappointed with that. It's a tough situation.
Now let's cross live to our correspondent Siyaw Yusafi in Kabul. Siyaw, it's a new and historic day in Afghanistan. The first day in 20 years Afghanistan is free from US military presence. Give us a sense of the atmosphere in the city right now.
Thank you very much. As you mentioned, that it's a historical day for Afghanistan and Afghan people. Last night, the last U.S. forces, troops, last soldier of them left the Kabul airport, and the Taliban take over the full control of airport. As we see in Kabul from last night, there are gunfires and celebration, and that Taliban are celebrating their freedom, and they're conveying messages from Twitter, through Twitter and Facebook, that it's a freedom day, it's a free day for Afghanistan. We get our independence again and again, and the 20 years war is over in Afghanistan. And as spokesman of Taliban, Zabiullah Mujahid, repeatedly said that the war in Afghanistan is over. There will be no war. There will be peace in Afghanistan after the withdrawal of U.S. troops. Now the airport is fully in the control of Taliban, and we will see what will Taliban do, or what will Taliban continue their international relationship or communication with the international community and U.S. and other international partners. If they continue their relationship with other countries, the freedom will be meaningful, and the freedom will be acceptable for the people of Afghanistan, for the Afghan nation. If they have continues their what they say, abandoning people, forcing people to do things which are not in the which are not acceptable to the people, the freedom will be meaningless. So we will see what will happen in next hours or few days. The U.S. also said that they transfer their embassy activities to the Qatar Doha, and they will continue their work from there. So let's see what will happen to Afghanistan.
And so, yeah, how will people mark this very day, August the 31st? How will you spend the day? And have you talked to your friends? How will you spend the day together?
Yeah, we will just start the day, and it's 7 o'clock, and it's the morning in Kabul. Our friends and we just expecting what the government of Islamic Emirate will do. If they if they let us go to offices, if they let us go to media, if they let us to continue our work, which is very important in these days for Afghanistan, to have a freedom of speech. If they let us go to do our work normally, it will be great, because in 20 years of U.S. troops in Afghanistan, there was war, there was blasts, there was fighting, and the situation was regarding security, it was not good. If the Taliban bring peace with the government, the new government, which is not yet announced. If the new government bring peace to them, with them, it will be great to live in Afghanistan, to live in Kabul, and continue our work.
Well, good luck with that. Thank you very much. Our correspondent Siyaw Youssafi in Kabul. And this is breaking news. Afghanistan it's now August the 31st in Afghanistan, the first day for the country free from US military presence in 20 years. And now let's continue our coverage. A Reuters Ipsos opinion poll shows that 51% of Americans disapprove of President Joe Biden's handling of the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. For more on that, let's cross live to our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. Kate, break down that public opinion for us. What are they disapproving for?
Yeah, the majority of Americans would have liked US forces to stay in Afghanistan until all American citizens had been evacuated. 49% wanted that to happen. Only 13% of those questions said that they believed that troops should be immediately evacuated and get out of there. Most Americans wanted to see the troops stay there until everybody who wanted to leave had been able to get on a plane back to the United States. But also this survey also interestingly shows that perhaps that won't be the biggest of problems for Joe Biden, because it appears the majority of Americans are more concerned about domestic issues, with 35% of those responding say that they believe the coronavirus, COVID-19, was the biggest problem facing Americans. 18% think the economy is, and just 10% thought the biggest problem was the war in Afghanistan.
So that's the domestic opinion, but what about the view from the international community? It looks like Biden administration's handling of the Afghan withdrawal is not exactly a helper to US reputation.
Absolutely not. Joe Biden came to the presidency promising to restore America's standing in the world, to make sure that allies and the rest of the world saw that America was once again back and ready to lead the world, as it so often has liked to, that kind of image of itself. And Joe Biden framed himself as this seasoned global leader with a steady hand in international affairs. Yet the chaos of the withdrawal of American troops and the evacuation of Americans from Afghanistan goes against much of that. And I think some allies have felt let down by the way this has happened, and by the fact that some of them feel that the Americans weren't particularly good at speaking to them and communicating what their plans were. And I think many Afghans feel very let down as well. And it also gives this impression to other countries in the world that perhaps America won't necessarily always be there to help when it comes to these kind of situations. So I do think it's done some damage to America's reputation, and it certainly has to the way that Joe Biden had framed himself. He's come across very differently in this situation.
Thank you very much. Our correspondent Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. As the latest foreign occupation and an aid-dependent Afghanistan faces another uphill climb once again in rebuilding its nation. Now let's take a look at what lies ahead for the Taliban as it seeks to regain the trust of the international community and 14 million Afghan people.
Plagued by decades of political uncertainty, foreign intervention, and rampant corruption, Afghanistan's economy has been in tatters. The World Bank says 75% of the country's public spending was dependent on grants. In 2020, aid amounted to $8.5 billion, or 43% of the country's nearly $20 billion GDP that year. However, international organizations and donors are cutting off aid to Afghanistan following the Taliban's return to power. As parts of the country began falling to the militant group, the U.S. was reported to have suspended access to Afghan government accounts managed by the Federal Reserve and American banks to keep it out of the Taliban's hands. Most of the country's foreign reserves, said to be worth $9 billion, are stored in the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. With the freeze in Afghan assets, there isn't much cash left in the country. Long lines formed at banks and ATMs in Kabul when they finally reopened.
There are few banks has opened, and most of them are still closed. This is Kabul Bank, and today it's open. And as you can see that, hundreds of people waiting outside to go inside and take their money.
An individual can only withdraw a maximum 17,000 Afghani per day, or $200. But it's a stretch to think that most Afghans have that kind of money in the bank.
I do not have a job, the economy is bad, and some money that I had here in this bank is stuck. I faced a serious problem.
Data from the Asian Development Bank show nearly half of the country already lived below the poverty line in 2020. Over 30% of people with jobs, however, live on less than $2 per day. In the World Bank's 2020 Doing Business survey, Afghanistan ranked at the bottom.
People are concerned as we speak People are temporarily out of jobs. Because of the lack of security, investments that could put Afghanistan on sustainable economic growth has not happened.
The World Food Program has warned of a humanitarian crisis of incredible proportions. It said that of its 14 million population, 1 in 3 Afghans go hungry each day. 2 million children are malnourished. The economy is largely dependent on agriculture, but a massive drought has devastated over 40% of this year's crops so far. So, with the Taliban in power, how will it get Afghanistan back on its feet?
The Taliban alone will not be able to do that. They will have to open up, and we do expect they will open up to others as well. So that what we have is not a Taliban government, that we have an inclusive Afghan government. And it's only that government that could be able to not only attract foreign assistance, we will have an environment for major foreign investments.
It remains to be seen just how inclusive the new government under the Taliban will be, and if it can regain the international community's trust, key to resuming much-needed aid and unlocking assets that can help save the Afghan people.
Now, for more insight, we're joined by Ms. He Wenping in our Beijing studio and Mr. Remy Piet in Miami. Thank you very much for joining us, dear guests. Let's focus on the livelihood in Afghanistan from this point on. And let me start with you, Mr. Piet. As we just mentioned, Afghanistan is a heavily aid-dependent country. Winter is coming. Are you optimistic that the Taliban can handle the livelihood situation right now?
Yeah, absolutely. This is very important to put the situation in its context and in terms of the economic capacity of the country. Right now, the economy in Kabul and the main region is obviously stalled and not moving forward. We're expecting a very drastic conditions for the winter, and the Taliban are going to have to be able to rely on the international community that is not likely to support a regime that will not at least show some virtues or some attempts maintaining rights for a series of minorities or not cracking down on a series of opponents. So obviously in terms of the very short terms and economic interest from the Taliban, there is obviously an incentive to try to work with the international community. Now again, the situation today has been showing that it's impossible to run Afghanistan from a power from outside, and the Taliban are clearly in control of the situation militarily in the country. So the question is to see how much of this economic incentive or capacity to support and to provide support for the population will actually be enough to create the conditions for collaboration between the Taliban and the international community.
Now let's break down that capacity you just emphasized. How can the country now deal with this crisis about its banking system?
Well, right now, obviously, first of all, you need to see what would be the first step from the Taliban regime. And if you actually look at, the Taliban themselves, there's 3 streams of Taliban from Kandahar or from more the kind of the leaders that negotiating the agreements in Doha, Qatar, are actually more, let's say, towards including other forces into a government, and therefore having more an inclusive vision of development and trying to then, provide the kind of guarantees for a support from the international community. If this is not a capacity from the Taliban when they arrive to power and actually put a government in place and start discussing about the next policies, if you see some position that will be much more towards the Kandahar based Taliban, you will not have the support from the international community, and it will be extremely complicated for Taliban to provide for the population. It's a very a populous population, especially in Kabul, and with no capacities of being able to face the winter, and you will see obviously strong discontentment in the street and insecurities and a worsening of conditions. So obviously, it's also of the Taliban to try to work on capacities to find to continue receiving some aids from international communities to be able to pass the winter at least, and that's what we're going to be looking at very closely in the next few weeks.
Indeed, you need both money and a credit to at least buy aid. And talking about that, Ms. He, we know that the United States has frozen Afghan government assets in the US. Would that deal a heavy blow to Afghanistan right now, which is in urgent need of sorting out all its livelihood and economic problems?
Yes, indeed. We know even though Taliban has already got the power, but that's just the political power. just the regime. Even this power, they need to organize a very inclusive government in order to get those recognition from people and from international world. But another power now we are just talking about, that's economic power. We can see that Afghanistan, the economy, even though before under the President Ghani or even previous one like Karzai, all the time they have their own economic, those pillar industry, and many of them saying Afghan is get some revenue even from those drug, those things smuggling in and out. Actually, now with this former government broke down, and then if those assets now has been locked, or like U.S. has threatening also saying they will give a sanction on this Taliban regime, then we can see it's just like a broken house now come up with a raining season. So all those bad things, I think Taliban is very difficult to get through. Even this airport now becoming the only access in and out, but all the past half months, this airport has been only used for evacuation. Now, which means it also blocked all the other humanitarian, those food assistance or medical assistance come in to the Afghanistan, which is another side effect for this now shortage of all those supply. Now we can see all those economic, those disasters has been already coming out, like a bank cannot offer service, like the food price, gasoline price are all soaring. So you can imagine the people live there. Now how can they deal with those daily living things?
Indeed, especially when the winter is coming. Still a big challenge there. Thank you very much, Ms. He Wenping and Mr. Remy Piet. Now, during the course of the war in Afghanistan, the United States has spent billions of dollars and thousands of lives have been lost. Was it worth it for Washington? Wang Guan interviewed Martin Jaggs, a former senior fellow at the Department of Politics and International Studies with Cambridge University, for his view on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Well, obviously, this has been an extraordinary situation. And what I think it reveals is really how extraordinary little support the United States actually enjoyed in Afghanistan. And likewise, of course, effectively its puppet government. I mean, it collapsed like a house of cards. So 20 years, basically, for 20 years, American military force has held the country in this position. And once the opportunity arose for the Taliban to resume ruling the country, that is what has happened. And I think the other side of the coin to this, is that it's clear the Taliban does enjoy considerable support in Afghanistan. And we shouldn't be surprised by that. It's obvious that that was the situation before, and it's the situation now.
Yeah, indeed. 20 years in Afghanistan, over $2 trillion spent, and hundreds of thousands of lives, primarily Afghans, being lost. What are the biggest takeaways, the biggest lessons from the U.S. military intervention in Afghanistan?
Well, I think that this period of 20 years since it all started has been an absolute disaster in terms of American political and military leadership. I mean, they absolutely squandered the position that they had by simply misreading it. A fundamental misreading of the world 20 years ago in believing that American unipolar world would survive indefinitely, and America and this century would belong to the United States. This was the neoconservative orthodoxy, and it was to some extent consensual position in America, and it was completely wrong. It was a total misreading of what was happening in the world. I mean, the world is unrecognizable today from how they thought it would be then. And I think that this is very, very concerning for the United States because, their leadership the leadership they've shown, the way they have related to the world over the past 20 years has been a huge mistake, an error of massive proportions, which has greatly reduced respect for the United States, undermined faith in America and America's word, made it much more likely that allies will not, well, previous allies or present allies will support America in the way that they might have done otherwise, and you certainly used to do. So I think that this is a great, this era is a great turning point. America can never be the same again.
So the big news is the US has announced the completion of troop withdrawal from Afghanistan, ending 20 years of its occupation of the country. And CGTN will bring you more updates later in the program. Now let's turn to some major global updates. Hurricane Ida battered the southern U.S. state of Louisiana and plunged New Orleans into darkness on Sunday, leaving at least one person dead. The storm hit 16 years to the day after Hurricane Katrina devastated the city. New Orleans residents shared their relief that Ida was not as destructive.
It's pretty intense. A lot of wicked winds. Luckily, no flooding. That's the main difference between this storm and Katrina. This was a lot of wind damage, and Katrina was more flood. Like Katrina, we got about 2 feet of water in here that just stayed for about a week or two. But this was just a lot of wind damage and no power.
At least one person has died from the storm, and about 1 million people remain without power across Louisiana and Mississippi. Officials warned residents against venturing out on roads littered with downed power lines and debris. Emergency services were cut off in New Orleans and many water systems were also down. US President Joe Biden declared a major disaster in the state of Louisiana, ordering federal assistance to bolster recovery efforts. The Council of European Union has recommended that EU member states reintroduce restrictions on travellers from the United States due to a surge in COVID infections there. It's a reversal of a decision taken in June when the bloc put the US on the safe travel list just in time for the summer holidays. The recommendation is not binding, but travellers will face increased scrutiny and restrictions when they travel to the EU, including mandatory quarantine. In the past week, the US has reported more than 977,000 COVID cases and over 7,000 deaths. New Zealand's largest city, Auckland, has extended its COVID lockdown for another 2 weeks. Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern says the Delta variant has not been eliminated yet. The country reported 53 new infections, taking its total case tally to 562. It also recorded its first death linked to US drug maker Pfizer's COVID vaccine. An independent panel says the death was probably due to inflammation of the heart muscle. Now we go to our major news. The Pentagon says the United States has completed withdrawal of its forces from Afghanistan, ending a 20-year war in the country. The withdrawal was completed late Monday, just before the August the 31st deadline set by President Joe Biden. The Taliban have hailed the US withdrawal as a watershed moment. As you can hear, celebrations and gunfires ran out in Kabul in the early hours of Tuesday. And that's it for this special coverage on Afghanistan. I'm Pandong in Beijing. Throughout the day, CGTN will keep you updated on the situation in Afghanistan. It's already August the 31st in the country, the first day the country is free from US military presence. It's bye for now.
We know there's some things we do not know.
In acquiring expertise on weapons of
of mass destruction. And it is true that much of the intelligence turned out to be wrong.
The UN paid the price.
Iraq is no better for 10 years of war.
The United States has been at constant war.
When we want to go to war with someone, we invent the reasons.
It's as if the hundreds of Yemenis killed in these attacks simply never existed.
His response to was, these are the people who killed my family. I don't want to go there, anywhere but there.
How much evil must we do in order to do good?
We spent $2.5 trillion over the last 4 years on our military. We have the most powerful military anywhere in the world.
They were not challenged, and they should have been.
So what the memorial is about honesty.
Dear Bill, I came to this black wall again to see and touch your name, William R. Stocks. And as I do, I wonder if anyone ever stops to realize that next to your name, on this black wall, is your mother's heart.
It's only when you accept the pain, it's only when you accept the death, can you then come away from it, can you then overcome it. And literally, as you read a name or touch a name, and the pain will come out, and I really did mean for people to cry, that you can then have to, of your own power, turn around and walk back up into the light, into the present. But if you can't accept death, you'll never get over it. So what the memorial is about honesty.
Three communist PT boats attacked an American destroyer off the coast of Vietnam yesterday, and today President Johnson's response was hard and tough.
To any armed attack upon our forces, we shall reply. To any in Southeast Asia who ask our help in defending their freedom, we shall give it.
In the wartime, no place safe, right? And then we hiding in the temple for 3 days. I just saw the airplane towards to me so fast and so loud and so close. And I just stood right there. I didn't run. And I turned my head and I saw the 4 bombs landing down. I never forget that. And then I heard boop, boop, boop. Then suddenly the fire everywhere around me. And of course, the fire just burned off my clothes. That moment, my feet not burn, so I was able to run out of that fire.
What I want is somebody that can lay up some plans to trap these guys and whip hell out of them, kill some of them. That's what I want to do.
I'll try and bring something back. Meet that objective.
Give up.
Sunday, August the 2nd, 1964, the destroyer Mannix was on such a patrol. Shortly after noon, the calm of the day is broken as general quarters sound. In a deliberate and unprovoked action, 3 North Vietnam PT boats unleash a torpedo attack against the Mannix.
But I wish we could have something that we've already picked out and just hit about 3 of them damn quick, right? We will have that and be prepared to recommend to you a response, a retaliation move against North Vietnam in the event this attack takes place within the next 6 to 9 hours.
Defense Secretary McNamara gives to the press and thereby to the world the purpose and results of the airstrikes against targets near Hanoi, the North Vietnam capital, and Haiphong, its seaport. The bombings by 46 U.S. Navy and Air Force planes of major petroleum storage and unloading facilities marks the end against restrictions that kept American planes well away from the two major cities since they began hitting North Vietnam 16 months ago. The raids also mark significant escalation of the war.
No, it was just confusion. And events afterwards showed that our judgment that we'd been attacked that day was wrong. It didn't happen.
Hey, brother. This place is sort of getting to me. I've been seeing too many guys getting messed up, and I still can't understand it. It's not that I can't understand this war. It's just that I can't understand war, period. You sort of sit back and ask yourself, why? What the hell is this going to prove? And man, I'm still looking for the answer.
The men on one side are fighting, and the men on the other side don't care and are deserting.
Why is this?
Why? Because the men on the other side feel they're fighting for freedom. They're fighting for freedom from domination by the white man and by the Westerner.
We believe this essential to help safeguard the freedom of South Vietnam and to save the lives of those South Vietnamese, Americans, Australians, New Zealanders, and Koreans who are fighting to ensure that freedom.
We were wrong, but we had in our minds a mindset that led to that action, and it carries such heavy costs.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign.
Prior to the war, I wasn't the only one. Quite a lot of others tried to see if we could have found a peaceful way out, and it did not succeed.
We have first-hand descriptions of biological weapons factories on wheels and on rails. Ambition and hatred are enough to bring Iraq and al-Qaeda together, enough so al-Qaeda could learn how to build more sophisticated bombs and learn how to forge documents, and enough so that al-Qaeda could turn to Iraq for help in acquiring expertise on weapons of mass destruction.
There are reports that there is no evidence of a direct link between Baghdad and some of these terrorist organizations.
There are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there's some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
Excuse me, but is this an unknown unknown?
I'm not.
Several unknowns, and I'm just wondering if this is an unknown.
I'm not going to say which it is.
Go back to the war with Mexico, go back to Vietnam and Tonkin Gulf. When we want to go to war with someone, we invent the reasons.
April 2000, the picture was limited on chemical weapons. May 2001, the knowledge of WMD and ballistic missile programs was patchy. March 2002, the intelligence on Iraqi WMD and ballistic missiles is sporadic and patchy. The assessment of the 9th of September 2002, intelligence remains limited.
We had got out of the habit of questioning ourselves and our assumptions, and that is something that we've certainly given a lot of attention since to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Has anything at all turned up in the years since 2004?
Not of significance, no.
Right. Mr. Blair sought a partnership as a way of influencing President Bush. He proposed a UN ultimatum to Iraq to readmit inspectors or face the consequences. On July the 28th, Mr. Blair wrote to President Bush with an assurance that he would be with him whatever.
I had to decide. I thought of Saddam, his record, the character of his regime. I thought of our alliance with America, and it's important to us in the post-9/11 world, and I weighed it carefully. I only ask with humility that the British people accept that I took this decision because I believe that it was the right thing to do based on the information that I had and the threats I perceived.
It is now clear that policy on Iraq was made on the basis of flawed intelligence and assessments. They were not challenged, and they should have been.
When we made the decision to go into Iraq, many intelligence agencies around the world judged that Saddam possessed weapons of mass destruction. This judgment was shared by the intelligence agencies of governments who did not support my decision to remove Saddam. And it is true that much of the intelligence turned out to be wrong.
The UN paid a price, the UN suffered. Let's not forget that the Council spent quite a lot of time discussing the Iraq issue. In the end, the Council did not support the war. In my judgment, the Council acted the way it should. But for the outside public, for an organization which is was established to help prevent the very situation that occurred in Iraq, it was a bitter disappointment.
We will bring to the Iraqi people food and medicines and supplies and freedom. All the decades of deceit and cruelty have now reached an end. Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours. After all, this is the guy that tried to kill my dad at one time. Saddam Hussein will be stopped. The game is over.
تفتتح الجلسة 41 من جلسات المحكمة الجنائية العراقية العليا الخاصة بقضية الدجيل. قررت المحكمة الحكم على المدان صدام حسين المجيد بالإعدام شنقا حتى الموت لارتكاب الشعب كجريمة ضد الإنسانية وفق المادة 12 أولا أليف دلالة المادة. صيحوا المتهم برزان إبراهيم.
Major combat operations in Iraq have ended. In the Battle of Iraq, the United States and our allies have prevailed. On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes.
Vital national interest to send an additional 30,000 U.S. troops to Afghanistan.
Our troops will fight to win. We will fight to win.
After 03-04, once we're fully engaged in both wars, I can't remember us ever saying, should we be there? Are we being useful? Are we succeeding?
As intelligence makes its way up higher, it gets consolidated and it gets really, really watered down.
One of the most sobering things to read for me was just how many people involved in the war were very blunt and candid that the strategy, the war strategy under Obama and Bush and Trump, they all said it was worthless. Who were we there to fight?
These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations.
Come on, go!
All right, hey, Samuel. Woo!
Definitely the most difficult tour I've done. And you know, in order for me to do my job, I have to have some loyalty and faith. But the Taliban are still here, and we still are taking casualties. You know, every couple days, or well, not every couple days, once a week, once every 2 weeks. You know, somebody gets shot in the arm or shot in the leg, or you know. So it wears on you. It wears on the Marines.
The war on terror, or whatever happens here, you know, in the next months, in the next year, whatever this place was like before we got here, whatever impact we had here, we had our operation order, and we fought the battle. And the other stuff, I think, will drive you crazy.
امریکایان دی راځي کورو ته بیږي چې ژر لري وای دا طالب هغه زیری نو عوام خلک په دغه رقم باندې نه جوړیږي
وای دا ائتلافي ځواکونه ووځي زموږ د ملک څخه موږ ته سرک شي نو وای دا یو پر بل غیر سره راوګرځو په دې باندې موږ ډېر خوشاله یو خدای تعالی دې وای د لوی سره نو را پیښ کی چې وای د مسلمانانو پر قرار شي دغه وای د بدبختی د مابین ورکی شي.
Hey, Snaggle, we can mark these compounds. I'm trying to bail Irvin out. You guys are going to have to support yourselves for a minute. Impacts.
Any military commander who is honest with himself or with those he's speaking to will admit that he has made mistakes in the application of military power. He's killed people unnecessarily, his own troops or other troops, through mistakes, through errors of judgment. 100 or thousands or tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000. But he hasn't destroyed nations. And the conventional wisdom is don't make the same mistake twice. Learn from your mistakes.
The United States has been at constant war.
Fighting in Korea.
Almost an hour ago in Korea.
Offensive missile sites
in Cuba.
Renewed hostile actions against United States ships on the high seas and the Gulf of Tonkin.
Not for the purpose of expanding the war into Cambodia.
We may have learned something from Vietnam.
Stone or foundation of our entire foreign policies.
Against the headquarters, terrorist facilities, and military assets that support Muammar Gaddafi.
Air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq.
To defeat the aggression of Mr. Milosevic.
Begin striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability.
The Gaddafi regime is coming to an end.
To launch precision strikes on targets associated with the chemical weapons capabilities of Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad.
We are fighting in Korea for our own national security and survival.
My fellow citizens, tonight we greet with prayers of thanksgiving the official news that an armistice was signed almost an hour ago in Korea. Soldiers, the sailors, and airmen of 16 different countries have stood as partners beside us throughout these long and bitter months.
Good evening, my fellow citizens.
Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites.
Here is President Kennedy as he delivered that message, bearing on recent events in Cuba.
Renewed hostile actions against United States ships on the high seas and the Gulf of Tonkin have today required me to order the military forces of the United States to take action in reply.
We take this action not for the purpose of expanding the war into Cambodia, but for the purpose of ending the war in Vietnam and winning the just peace we all desire.
I think we may have learned something from Vietnam, that we can't just do everything all over the world.
I announced that human rights would be a cornerstone or a foundation of our entire foreign policy. So I officially designated every U.S. ambassador on earth to be my personal human rights representative.
In Nicaragua, U.S. ambassadors were used to a different role. In the 1930s, U.S. Marines had put the tyrant Tacho Somoza in power. More than 40 years later, Nicaragua was still ruled by a Somoza.
At 7 o'clock this evening, Eastern Time, air and naval forces of the United States launched a series of strikes against the headquarters, terrorist facilities, and military assets that support Muammar Gaddafi's subversive activities. The attacks were concentrated and carefully targeted to minimize casualties among the Libyan people, with whom we have no quarrel.
attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities.
We exercised military power to defeat the aggression of Mr. Milosevic. We won the war.
Their refusal to do so will result in military conflict, commenced at a time of our choosing.
The Gaddafi regime is coming to an end.
A short time ago, I ordered the United States Armed Forces to launch precision strikes on targets associated with the chemical weapons capabilities of Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad.
We shall not cease from exploring. And at the end of our exploration, we will return to where we started and know the place for the first time. That's, in a sense, where I'm beginning to be.
Dear Ma, Vietnam has my feelings on a seesaw. This country is so beautiful. When the sun is shining on the mountains, farmers in their rice paddies with their water buffalo, and palm trees, monkeys, birds, and even the strange insects. For a fleeting moment, I'm not in a war zone at all, just on vacation, but still missing you and the family. There are a few kids who hang around, some with no parents. I feel so sorry for them. I hope that's one reason why we're here, to secure a future for them.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Hello everyone, welcome to our special coverage on CGTN. It's 12 p.m. here in Beijing and about 8:30 in the morning in the Afghan capital, Kabul. Celebratory gunfire has echoed across Kabul as the last U.S. flight took off from Hamid Karzai Airport late Monday, ending 20 years of American military presence. But for many Afghans and the rest of the world, the future of the nation remains uncertain. We'll go live to Kabul for the latest situation on the ground and to Washington, D.C. for updates. We'll also head over to Afghanistan's border crossings to focus on the refugee issue there. For analysis, we have with us independent current affairs commentator Einar Tangen, and joining me later in the studio, CGTN anchor and commentator Wang Guan and Hua Liming, former Chinese ambassador to Iran. Stay with us right here on CGTN. All right, let's get started and get you caught up with the latest in Afghanistan. Here's what we know. The U.S. military has completed its withdrawal from Afghanistan to end a brutal 20-year war. The celebratory gunfire rang out in Kabul in the early hours of Tuesday, and senior Taliban officials hailed the event as a day marking the country's full independence. The withdrawal led not only to U.S. troops pull out, by the evacuation of over 123,000 Americans, foreign nationals, and Afghans who had helped the failed U.S.-led effort. The war was triggered by the U.S. invasion to find the mastermind of the 9/11 attacks, Osama bin Laden, whom the Taliban was said to be supporting. The war has ended with the return to power of the Taliban. The Afghan occupation has cost the U.S. at least $2 trillion. Let's get you an update from on the ground there in Afghanistan. I have Zamar Yalai Abbasan standing by in Kabul and Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. Let me start with you, Zamar Yalai, in Kabul. What is the latest situation in Kabul right now, including the atmosphere and the ambience in the capital city?
Hello, Joshua. Good morning. The situation looks much calm, much different. But the people still carrying on their simple and routine life, and the shops are open in capital Kabul. Taliban spokesperson holding a presser at the Kabul airport, and also many more meetings and press conferences are on the way. According to the Taliban, this is a victory for not only the Taliban but for the people of Afghanistan. But we've engaged to another mission, and it's stability of Afghanistan. We have to improve the situation, and according to the Taliban, the inclusive government with formation of a new cabinet is on the way, and we will work together. Also, senior member of Taliban Khalilullah Haqqani mentioned that this is time now to solve the problem among us, and all the Afghans should work together in a united way and step up towards a brighter future. On the other hand, there are reports that the Taliban Supreme Leader Mullah Hibatullah Akhundzada will soon appear among the people, and he will deliver his speech. On the other hand, the public are still in two different situations. One part of the country is congratulating each other because of the freedom and independence, while the other hand, there are people and some ethnics. There are still fear of the situation. While the Panjshir Valley is still surrounded by the Taliban, and we got information from the locals in Kapisa province, which is located in neighboring with Panjshir province, that the communication systems are down and no internet and telephone working out there. We are waiting for further more information as our pass. Joshua.
Zamar Yalai, we understand many Afghans who wished to leave now remain there. What are their options now?
Well, they got no options at the moment, Joshua. This is their country, many believe. And if the Taliban have announced their overwhelming step of forgiveness or the amnesty or they have no enmity with anybody, and they have talked this since last 18 days in various vacations, and they emphasize that they have to go step up for a better future. But people are looking to 20 years history of Taliban and all the reports and the situation and the tense and reflects. Everything seems to be very difficult. Now it's upon the Taliban that how can they maintain the trust of the nation and the people, and how can they win the heart after winning the war.
And the Taliban have been working on that government, which they promised will be inclusive. Are we hearing progress on that? What's the latest?
Yes, Taliban have been working towards an inclusive government, that what they state, but there are still fears and doubts about this regard. The Taliban have appointed most of their high-ranking members as acting ministers and acting chiefs, and those who are at the first level. For example, the Minister of Interior, Minister of Defense, NDS, and also some other key positions are now under Taliban. I've been talking to the Taliban sources, and they told this is just a timely matter, and we will solve all these issues after the formation of inclusive government. And of course, everybody will see them and the mirror of the upcoming government, but the people are still concerned in this regard. While at the same time, the Taliban also confirmed that they've been in consultations with different provincial governors of the former government, and they've been talking with different political parties and political figures like former President Hamid Karzai, the High Council for National Reconciliation Chief Dr. Abdullah, Hizb Islami leader Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, and many more. Yet, Northern Alliance, or a limited part of the country, a small part which was once a district of Kabul and now province, Panjshir, which is already surrounded, is still in resistant mode, while there have been also meeting in progress, and the resistance have a precondition. So it's now up to the Taliban, and the Taliban believe that they have accurate steps. They will work together with every Afghan, and they want a government under Islamic Sharia, which would be focused on the justice, human rights, and the rights of every individual of Afghanistan. So far, the Taliban have been doing good according to the citizens that we've been talking with since last 17 days, but it's now questionable that will they do the same path or continue the same strategy towards an inclusive government or not. So these are the moments will be clarified very soon.
It is a significant day, but certainly not the end of the story. It's a story we'll keep on monitoring. Zamaryale Abbasin live in Kabul for us today. Appreciate that report from you. Now, for more on the U.S. response, let's talk to Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C. Kate, that deadline to pull out may have been met, but not without some very bloody consequences and regrettable loss of lives. What are we hearing from the U.S. at this point, and what's the Biden administration's next step?
Well, President Joe Biden is due to address the American people later on today in a televised address, but he did issue a short written statement on Monday after those final flights out of Kabul, and he said that the past 17 days have seen troops execute the largest airlift in US history. And he said that the decision to leave Afghanistan by August the 31st was unanimous, a unanimous recommendation of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and commanders on the ground. And he said that ending the military mission was the best way to protect the lives of US troops. And he said that the US would lead continued coordination to ensure safe passage for people to leave Afghanistan if they wanted to, and that the US would hold the Taliban to its commitments on the safe passage of those people. But questions are being raised about how the administration can actually do that, given the fact that they no longer have a military presence or a diplomatic presence in Afghanistan. But Secretary of State Antony Blinken also spoke yesterday, Monday, here in Washington, and he said that despite all that, the US would still be able to operate effectively.
So here's our plan for the days and weeks ahead. First, we built a new team to help lead this new mission. As of today, we've suspended our diplomatic presence in Kabul and transferred our operations to Doha, Qatar, which will soon be formally notified to Congress. Given the uncertain security environment and political situation in Afghanistan, it was the prudent step to take.
Well, it may be prudent, but many here are wondering how the US is going to manage to repatriate those US citizens and help those Afghan allies when they don't actually have a physical presence still in Afghanistan.
That's a very important question and a legitimate one. Kate Fisher in Washington, D.C., thank you so much. CGTN reporter Zhao Yunfei joins me in the studio to show us a timeline of the withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan. Yunfei, thanks so much for joining us. Tell us how the U.S. government managed to exit the country since President Biden took office.
Well, Zhongshi, when President Biden took office in January, there were 2,500 American troops remaining in Afghanistan. Now, on February 29, the U.S. signed a deal with the Taliban, which had ousted 20 years ago, to end the war and withdraw troops from Afghanistan. 2 months later, on April 14th, President Biden announced the plan to pull out all the remaining American troops from Afghanistan by September 11, which is the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. But by July, as the Taliban started seizing parts of Afghanistan, Biden advanced the deadline to the August 31st. Ironically, Biden ordered 5,000 American troops back to the Afghanistan on August 14, the eve of Taliban took over of Kabul. He said that the 5,000 soldiers were deploying to protect and implementing the evacuation of U.S. personnel and Afghan allies. The Pentagon reported that by August 14, it had evacuated 79,000 people, including 6,000 Americans and more than 73,000 Afghan civilians. But the fall of Kabul on August 15th complicated the U.S. plans for withdrawal, which by this point were nothing orderly. It wasn't just remaining troops that the U.S. had to consider, but now hundreds of thousands of foreign nationals and more Afghans at risk, begging to evacuate as they sought to flee the Taliban rule. Zhongshi.
You mentioned this is the longest war in the U.S. history. Remind us what triggered it and what have been the consequences.
Well, Zhongshi, this was a marathon battle that took the lives of more than 2,400 American soldiers, 1,200 coalition troops, and over 113,000 Afghan soldiers and security forces. The U.S. invasion of Afghan all began as Americans' retaliation for the 9/11 terror attacks on 2001. The U.S. had accused the Taliban of providing shelter to 9/11 mastermind Osama bin Laden and members of Al-Qaeda group. The U.S. defeated the Taliban and drove them out of power, with President Bush declared a mission accomplished on an aircraft carrier on October 2001. But Bush reshaped the invasion as part of this greater Middle East campaign effort to achieve democracy in the region. In 20 years, the U.S. and its NATO allies deployed over hundreds of thousands of troops in Afghanistan. And at its height, which was in 2010, there were 98,000 U.S. troops still on the hunt for bin Laden and fighting Taliban forces. On May 2011, U.S. Special Forces killed bin Laden in a raid in neighboring Pakistan. Since then, Obama ordered a staged withdrawal of U.S. troops while stepping up deadly drone attacks against the terrorists. Now, at the end of the strikes, killed innocent civilians. Now, it took another decade for the troops to completely leave the country, despite a staggering $2.3 trillion price tag. Afghan, for the most part, remains tatters its people with poverty and reeling from uncertainty and continued terror attacks. Analysts consider the Afghan as the United Nations of the United States' failed bid to export democracy. 钟氏
CGTN's Zhao Yunfei with a detailed look at the 20-year-long war. Yunfei, thank you so much. And a divided UN Security Council has adopted a resolution calling on the Taliban to allow safe passage for people who want to leave the country. The resolution stressed the importance of maintaining humanitarian access. It was adopted on Monday as the U.S. completed its troops pullout from Afghanistan. French President Emmanuel Macron said Sunday that countries are working on a UN proposal aimed at establishing a safe zone in Kabul. But this suggestion was not mentioned in Monday's resolution. China abstained from voting on the measure. Chinese Deputy Ambassador to the UN explained why China did not back the resolution and said the recent chaos in Afghanistan is directly related to the hasty and disorderly withdrawal of foreign troops.
我们的修改意见没有得到充分采纳。
Our suggestions to change the resolution were not sufficiently incorporated. China has consistently opposed the forcible pushing by draft resolution sponsors. Based on this, China abstained from voting. The troops' withdrawal is not the end of responsibility, but the beginning of reflection and correction. Relevant parties need to respect Afghan sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and the right of Afghans to determine their own fate. They need to correct the mistake of forcing their own systems onto others.
Let me bring in my guests here today via Skype from Shanghai. I have with me independent current affairs commentator Einar Tangen, and here in the studio, my colleague, CGTN anchor and commentator Wang Guan. Gentlemen, fantastic to have you on our special coverage today. Guan, I want to start with you. Yunfei just now was telling us about the human cost of the war in monetarily. The war in Afghanistan has an estimated price tag of at least $2 trillion. Help us make sense of how much that money is and how worthwhile that money was in light of how the war ended.
$2 trillion. That is a staggering amount. That is huge. I mean, Afghanistan is a country with a GDP of $20 billion as of 2020, and its GDP, by the way, hasn't grown in the past 10 years. The GDP of Afghanistan remained flat from 2012 until now. So put the $2 trillion U.S. costs in perspective. $2 trillion. If that amount were a standalone economy, that country or region would rank the 9th in the world, above Canada or Italy. So I think on top of the financial costs, the strategic costs and the reputational costs of America are even bigger. You know, I think this should mark an end of America's wishful thinking, believing that, you know, the West can simply impose its way of life, its political structure, its value system, its ideology onto an alien culture, an alien society, which derives from a totally different social, economic, and political dynamic.
Well, I do want to talk to you about America's defense budget here. America being the richest country in the world, #1 economy, it also spends more on defense than the next 7 countries combined. We talk a lot about taking an opportunity to reflect on the war. And many say America should also reflect on its military interventionist nature, policies, and strategies. What do you make of that?
Well, you know what, Zhongshi? I think there are no winners but losers in wars. And if there were any winners this time around, that would be the U.S. military-industrial complex. You know, that organization or institution, rather, cashed out on the Pentagon's big checks of the war in Afghanistan, $2 trillion, as you have just mentioned. That is a huge amount. America, that accounts for 10% of America's all-federal budget and 50% of America's discretionary spending. So really, this should remind us that there are limits to American interventionism. This is a country that really swings from isolationism to interventionism. You know, we talk about Vietnam, and then later on, the president realizes that there's too much intervention, and they withdraw from, you know, the rest of the world. And then later on, when Ronald Reagan realizes that, you know, we're being too weak, he started the START war, a program with the Soviet Union, and then Bill Clinton started another round of withdrawal, but then again, George Bush 41 started another round of interventionism. So we've seen a pattern where U.S. foreign policy making swings. It's like a pendulum, swings from isolationism to interventionism. And if Afghanistan reminds us and taught us anything, that is, U.S. interventionism has its limits.
This might be the deadline, but we're still very much in the middle of rethinking and reflection. We'll see what comes out of this process. Guan, thank you so much for being with us today. Let's also bring in current affairs commentator Einar Tangen joining us over Skype from Shanghai. Einar, let's talk about the wider costs here. How has the war in Afghanistan and the abrupt exit affected the U.S.'s credibility worldwide?
Well, the U.S. faces a crisis not only in terms of its internal credibility, but also in terms of international responsibility. This has been a fiasco, 20 years, and all the numbers that you said in terms of dead, wounded, money, displaced people, in a country that is now broken and broke. Hard to figure out how this can be justified without some sort of reflection. But remember, I mean, the United States, after World War II, thought of itself as the policeman of the world, that it was the only thing standing between the world and another possible world war. Now it seems that ability to use bombs and bullets to purchase democracy is nothing but a pipe dream. It may have worked in Germany, Japan, and Austria, but those were nations. Creating nations out of broken pieces by force has not worked.
Yeah, something Wang Guan said just now really reminds me about the winner and loser theory here. No one really is the winner in a war. And if we look at who has really paid the ultimate price here, it's not just the U.S. paying the price for the war. It's also the Afghan people facing food insecurity, an economy in tatters, and now an uncertain future with Taliban ruling. Where do these costs figure in the equation?
Well, unfortunately, they're going to be left in the dust. Americans will move out. There'll be a lot of finger pointing as usual. It's not America's fault. It's somebody else's. There won't be any soul searching, and that's the problem. The endless tragedies that have been happening for the last 20 years cannot be undone. The question is, will this be a moment where the U.S. pauses, reflects, and says, this isn't working? We need to realize that there are sovereign nations who have different paths, and that this is a multipolar world where we cannot just enforce the will. American exceptionalism should be dead. It should be buried and put away forever. Unfortunately, the current administration in Washington does not seem to be reflecting. They just seem to be finger pointing.
Will this be a wake-up call? Will this realization be heard and come across to more people? We'll see, and we'll keep watching. Einar Tangen live in Shanghai for us. Einar, thanks so much as always. Stay with us here on CGTN. We'll be right back. The pullout has left the country in chaos, with the Taliban taking control of the capital, Kabul, more than a week ago. We take a look now at how the situation has unfolded over the past month, as many uncertainties remain about Afghanistan's future under Taliban rule.
A month ahead of Washington's deadline to withdraw all of its troops from Afghanistan by August 31st, the Taliban were making rapid gains across the country. The group was capturing major cities, raising concerns over the potential of a takeover.
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well equipped as any army in the world, and an air force against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
I did expect some increased Taliban hold on territories that they were surrounding but had not yet captured. But the speed with which and the amount of territory that they have acquired is unexpected.
On August 11th, an unnamed U.S. intelligence official warned that Afghanistan's capital Kabul could fall to the Taliban within 90 days, but it took less time than that. Just 4 days later, the group entered the capital and seized the presidential palace. Then Afghan President Ashraf Ghani fled the country, in his words, to prevent bloodshed. The rapid takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban not only shocked the US and its NATO allies, forcing them to accelerate their troop withdrawal, but also left the Afghan people in chaos. Thousands of civilians, fearing for their lives, swarmed across the tarmac of Kabul's airport to escape the Taliban's rule. US soldiers fired warning shots into the air to maintain order, and at least 20 people died in and surrounding the airport over the 7 days following the Taliban's takeover. Amid the chaos and hasty efforts by the US and its allies to evacuate, the Kabul airport also became a target for terrorist attacks. On the evening of August 26, the ISIS-K group set off explosives at the airport, killing 170 people, including Taliban members, civilians, and 13 American soldiers.
I was 50 or 60 meters away from the scene. The explosion happened all of a sudden. No one saw it coming. The blast has left a high number of people injured or dead.
Fears over terrorist attacks grew in the capital. The U.S. Embassy there issued security alerts on August 29th, calling on U.S. citizens to stay clear of the airport area. U.S. President Joe Biden vowed retribution for the attacks. And during its last days in Afghanistan, the U.S. carried out several airstrikes against ISIS-K targets. The power shift is also raising concerns over a refugee crisis, as thousands of Afghans flee the country. Many neighboring nations have already begun trying to stop a massive influx of people.
I'm coming from Kandahar due to the ongoing and uncertain situation. We face trouble here at the Pakistani side of the border. Pakistani officials are asking for travel documents which we don't have, but finally they allowed us to cross the border.
Afghanistan's economy is also in crisis. Kabul first saw the closure of major markets and banks, and then prices for basic goods rose.
The items we buy, such as flour and gas, are very expensive because the Afghan currency is losing its value against the US dollar. Everything is getting more expensive.
Experts warn of growing poverty in the country, with much economic uncertainty ahead.
I do want to get you a bigger picture of the impact here on the region. I'm now joined by CGTN correspondent Daniel Khan from Chaman Spin Baldak, a border crossing between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and also our Ravinder Bawa joins me from Delhi. Daniel, let me start with you. Pakistan historically has been a desired destination for Afghan refugees and a possible destination for them. Its army said on Monday two of its soldiers were shot dead along the border with Afghanistan by the Pakistani Taliban. What is the security situation on the border, particularly for migrants crossing over into Pakistan?
Yes, according to the Inter-Service Public Relations, the spokesperson of the Pakistan Army says that two Pakistan Army soldiers were killed in exchange of fire with the militants from across the border in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's Bajor district. Terrorists opened fire at a Pakistan military post in exchange of fire. 3 terrorists were also killed. Pakistan says that it is concerned over the attack, and it says that it expects the future setup in Afghanistan not to allow such activities, and security has now been heightened across the Pakistan and Afghanistan border following the incident, and people crossing the border are now undergoing a thorough check before they are being allowed to enter Pakistan. Yes.
Daniel, the withdrawal of U.S. troops cements the Taliban into power. How will that reality now affect Pakistan's ties with Afghanistan as well as India?
Pakistan hoping for an inclusive government in Afghanistan. The National Security Advisor Mueed Yusuf has said that such a setup will bring stability not just in Afghanistan but in the whole region. Pakistan also wants the international community to assist Afghanistan in economic and governance matters, and Pakistan also says that Afghanistan cannot be abandoned as a security vacuum can be created and the international terrorists can find safe havens in Afghanistan. And as far as India is concerned, experts say that the Taliban will not let India use the territory to launch attacks in Pakistan, which experts here in Pakistan say is further going to bring stability in the region.
Daniel Han, thank you so much for that update there. I do want to now bring in Ravinder Bawa in Delhi. Ravinder, you reported earlier that Afghan migrants were unable to receive refugee status in India. Are there signs that this could change?
Not really, Pandang, because it's not such an easy process. It's a complicated process. And UNHCR has made it very clear that only those who are eligible, who fall in the eligibility criteria, will be given refugee status. Although you can see it's raining in Delhi, it's hot in Delhi on certain days, but despite that, these Afghan refugees have been camping outside the UNHCR office for more than a week now. They say they are not going to budge till they are given the refugee status. They definitely want to make use of this crisis to get that status, to get some kind of recognition, because the refugee status actually gives them some entitlement to basic amenities and also in terms of leading a normal life, whether it's health or education or other facilities. Pandang.
Ravinder, Daniel just talked about how Taliban rule will affect Pakistan's relations with Afghanistan and India. How will Afghanistan under the Taliban rule influence India's relations with that country and then Pakistan?
Well, in a significant development, we've seen that a member of the Taliban leadership has mentioned that they want to continue with a good relationship with India. They want to continue with the political, cultural, trade ties as they were in the past, and has also mentioned that India is important for the, in the subcontinent. So that is a sign that Taliban is willing to continue the ties with India. Although India has so far maintained a wait and watch policy, we really have to see what evolves after this. But definitely, if we just look at the trade routes between Afghanistan and India, it is via Pakistan, and Pakistan is allowing goods from Afghanistan into India, but not vice versa. So definitely a very complicated and a sensitive, situation where all the different countries have to now evolve and make new, or carve out new roles in the whole subcontinent. Panda.
CGTN's Ravinder Bawa in Delhi for us today. Ravinder, thank you so much. Iran and Syria have vowed to take steps to confront U.S. sanctions imposed on both countries. Iran's new foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, made the announcement Sunday as he met with his Syrian counterpart Faisal Magdad in Damascus. Amir Abdullahian said the two countries are working to enhance trade relations and economic cooperation in the face of unjust sanctions imposed on them. They also touched on the situation in Afghanistan. Take a listen.
We discussed the situation in Afghanistan. The thunderous defeat of the United States in Afghanistan will lead to similar defeats for American troops in Syria and other parts of the world.
I do want to get you more of an update from on the ground in Kabul. Let's go to Abdul Hadi Dariz from Kabul News TV. Abdul, welcome to CGTN. Help us understand the public reaction in Afghanistan to America's exit. Is there sort of a sentiment in the capital city towards what this day means for Afghanistan?
Thank you very much for having us. The atmosphere in Kabul is quite quiet. When you go to the social media, especially Facebook, which is the most popular social media platform in Afghanistan, everybody is quite happy and everybody is looking for new opportunities for the development of this country. You know, when personally we came from home to the office, the roads were full, the public transportation was there, and everybody was going right there. Last night, when at 11:59, when the last person from the U.S. troops have left, some firing sounds were heard all over Kabul from the Hamid Karzai International Airport area, which were the firings which were done by the Taliban for the happiness shown. All those most of the people in the country who lived here, they are quite happy, and they are hoping for a new chapter, a chapter which will be for the development of the country, and everybody seems quite happy. The streets, the city in Kabul is quite normal, and everybody is having their normal life.
Abdul also talked to us about the Afghan economy. It's been struggling, and that will remain an issue and a challenge going forward for the new administration and, frankly, for the Afghan people that have been struggling under the economy as it is. We understand that some economic activities have resumed in the city. Some banks have opened. Help us understand what those economic activities look like right now, and what are the major issues?
This is the only issue. This is the biggest point of concern for entire nation, whether be it a millionaire or whether be it an ordinary Afghan. Everybody is having this concern because banks were closed for more than 10 days, and nobody was allowed to withdraw their cash, their money from their accounts. At the moment, a few days back, the Central Bank of Afghanistan, which is named the Afghanistan Bank, they have issued a statement that the banks, whether they are private banks or government banks, they shall all be operational with some limitation. And the limitation says that anybody who want to, with any amount of money they have in account, they can take out only 20,000 Afghanis from their account, or 200,000 200 only USD from their accounts, which is almost about 18,000 AFN, and this is a huge concern for the people. People are afraid, like there is no issue of security at the moment. Street crime, which was a huge problem in this country, and especially in city of Kabul, dozens of people were victims of such crimes in Kabul city. That is almost zero now. Not only in Kabul, but in entire country. But economical crisis definitely is right there. Everybody is concerned. The exchange market, especially the central exchange market called Sarai Shahzada or Shahzada market, located in Kabul, that is still closed, and also in the cities as well. But the authorities from the Taliban, from the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, they have encouraged the people to be patient for few more days until the new government is established, and all the problem will be solved at that time. At the moment, people are really concerned, and also the value of Afghani, which was almost, which used to be from $1 used to be from 78 to 80 Afghanis, and in the history, the least price for Afghani, the price was 82 Afghani, but at the moment it is from 86 to 89, even 90 is heard in the market, which is a huge concern for people, because this is a huge difference. A difference of 10,000 FN in $100 is a big difference. But still, hopes are right there, and several authorities from the Taliban are meeting the traders, the people from the ones who are trading. They are meeting all of them to solve those issues. Even though after getting the banks open, the people who are not having huge businesses, their problems are solved, because even a 20,000 Afghanis for a small for a medium family could be enough. But still, this could be, and this is as a matter of fact, is a major point of concern for everyone here in our country.
And after today, when people turn their attention to the formation of the new government in Kabul, economy will be a key area, will be a major question they want answers from. We'll keep reporting on that as well. Abdul, thank you so much for that update.
Thank you.
And Hua Liming joins me in the studio. He's a former Chinese ambassador to Iran. Mr. Ambassador, welcome to our special coverage today. I want to talk to you about Iran because many people may not know this, but Iran actually has been a major destination to host Afghan refugees in the past. Are you looking at a new refugee crisis on the horizon, an exodus of Afghans fleeing into Iran?
Definitely, the most of the Afghan refugees, they will choose Iran as their first destination because actually the Iranians and the Afghans, they almost from the same race and they speak the same language. So if they are in Iran, people will not recognize their foreigners. So for Afghan refugees, now millions of Afghans in Iran already, they better to survive, they better to find a job, and better to live. Of course, a part of them, they still go westward through Iran to Turkey and even through Turkey to Europe. But many, I think Iran and Pakistan, they are the biggest destination of the Afghan refugees.
You know, countries as far as those in Europe have been proactive and have been preparing for a possible influx of Afghan refugees. So I was just wondering, for a country that's much closer, we're talking about Iran here, how is Iran preparing for this influx of refugees? And what do you think will be the wider impact here on the region?
Actually, especially in this moment, I think Iran will be very reluctant to accept a large number of Afghan refugees because now they have the very bad pandemic in Iran, and they have other problem. They are under sanctions.
Do they have a choice? Can they guard the crossings and make sure that this doesn't?
But they have no way because they are Muslims. And many of them, the western part of Afghanistan, they are the Shia Muslims. The Iranians, they have no reason to reject the Afghan refugees. So that's the problem for Iranians.
Let's also take a look at those light pictures coming out of the airport in Kabul. This is the deadline, August 31st, for U.S. troops to leave Afghanistan. You're looking at live pictures coming out of the Hamid Karzai airport there in Kabul. As a reporter has told us just now, it's a calmer situation in Kabul today. And to think that so much chaos happened at this location last week. We were talking about suicide bombings that claimed dozens of Afghan lives and killed 13 American servicemen. Now it seems that everything is in order for now at the Kabul airport as the U.S. wraps up its military withdrawal from Afghanistan. We will keep bringing you the latest pictures in Kabul, including from the airport there. Mr. Ambassador, the new government in Iran has made rather few comments on what's happening in Afghanistan. And what we do know is that the ties between the two countries could offer clues on how Tehran may be interacting with the Taliban. What is your prediction here? How will the new administration in Iran interact with the Taliban?
Historically speaking, Iran didn't have good relations with Taliban. Even 20 years before, Taliban was regarded as enemy of Iran. Remember when 9/11 happened and the United States started attacks against Afghanistan to find the Taliban and the Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. Iran was helping the United States and assisting the United States to defeat Taliban. And the Taliban was recognized widely in Iran as an enemy, because Taliban, they hated Shia Muslims as the number one enemy. So the time passes, and after 20 years, things changed. The new generation of Taliban, they look to have changed their mind or changed their circumstances, and they before they took Kabul, they sent delegations to Russia, China, and Iran, three important neighbors, including Iran, and they talked to Iranian leaders, and they made it clear they will not let the terrorists to use that territory as a base against Iran. So the relations now between Iran and the Taliban is a little bit improved. I think Iranian authority is looking and wait and see what is actually the new Taliban regime is going to do.
Can I ask you about that new regime and their pledge to have an inclusive government? Because in theory, that would include Hazaras, part of the Shia sect. But you just talked about the Taliban and the Shia sect. How inclusive do you think that government will be? Do you think that they will keep their promises?
Really, when they first talked about that they will organize an inclusive government of all ethnic groups of Afghanistan, I was a little bit surprised, because they have very fanatic and extreme gene in Taliban. But after 20 years, at least the rhetoric has changed. They pledged time and again in China, in Tianjin, when they met Chinese Minister of Foreign Affairs. When they in Moscow, they met their counterparts in Russia. They pledged that they will not continue that kind of terrorist, and they will organize an inclusive government, including Shia Muslims, including Tajiks, Uzbekis, and Dari-speaking peoples. So, as far as we see is the rhetoric, we have to see what is going on, really going on in the new regime.
The world is watching this, and will put them to the test of time. Mr. Ambassador, we appreciate your insight and your analysis today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is our special coverage on CGTN. Stay with us.
Every minute there are shootings, and most people don't understand it's much closer to me now.
Security is everywhere in the capital of Kabul.
It will take a while before their lives, as they knew it can be brought back to normal.
Though hundreds of Afghans have reportedly entered Turkey over the past few weeks, crossing the border is a perilous journey.
As the Afghan refugee children sing praises of their country in Delhi, emotions run high.
At least 100,000 Afghan civilians have been killed or injured over the past 2 decades.
Jack Barton,
John Caleb,
Ravinder Baba,
Mariali Abbasin reporting.
CGTN. See the difference.
Now to what else is happening in the world. A Kyodo news agency is reporting the Japanese government is considering holding a general election on October 17th. That's as public support for Prime Minister Yoshida Suga hits record lows in 2 new opinion polls. If the general election plan is approved at a cabinet meeting, it would mean Suga will not call a snap election, but instead allow the members of the lower house of parliament to serve out their full terms. Before that, Suga faces a challenge for the leadership of the ruling Liberal Democratic Party due for September 29th. One opinion poll suggests Suga's possible rivals for the party leader are more popular with the public. The LDP-led coalition is not expected to lose its majority in the lower house, but forecasts suggest Suga's party could lose the majority it holds on its own, an outcome that would weaken whoever is leading the LDP. The Council of the European Union has recommended that EU member states reintroduce restrictions on travelers from the United States due to a surge in COVID-19 infections there. It's a reversal of a decision taken in June when the bloc put the U.S. on the safe travel list just in time for the summer holidays. The recommendation is not binding, but travelers will face increased scrutiny and restrictions when they travel to the EU, including mandatory quarantine. In the past week, the U.S. has reported more than 977,000 COVID cases and over 7,000 deaths. Chinese virologist Tong Yigang has denied the rhetoric claiming the virus that caused the COVID-19 pandemic could have been leaked from a lab. He says it's an easy story to tell by people who are not experts in virology. From Tuesday to Thursday, we'll bring you our reporter Wu Guoshou's interview with Tong Yigang, the co-leader of the WHO China Joint Team's Animals and Environment Group and professor at Beijing University of Chemical Technology. They discuss some of the most popular hypotheses about COVID-19's origins. Here is the first episode.
Professor Tong, in the first phase joint study by the WHO and China, you were the co-leader of the Animal and Environment Group. The study concluded that a lab leak is extremely unlikely, but some are still pushing to reinvestigate the Wuhan lab. So what would you say to that?
在4位专家到中国来的那一段时间，我们花了大约1个月的时间去讨论病毒的源头的问题。
When the WHO experts were in China, we spent about a month discussing the origins of the virus. Through much analysis, we carefully studied evidence from all aspects. We also discussed every detail and assessed the possibility of every situation through positive and negative evidence. And both the WHO and Chinese experts agreed unanimously that a lab leak is extremely unlikely. A further conclusion was also made that without new clues and evidence related to labs, virus origin tracing missions would no longer be focused on this area. The experts were invited from various countries, with deep academic foundations and high reputations, and selected by the WHO itself. Someone in WHO's senior leadership has raised doubts about the conclusion by these experts. I don't really understand this. I don't know why it happened.
Some still believe the new coronavirus has originated from a lab leak. What's your response?
我觉得这个问题对于我们从事这个新冠研究的专业人士来说，应该不是一个问题。
This shouldn't be a question for us professionals engaged in studying the novel coronavirus. First, why do some people suspect the virus came from a lab leak? Because there have been many lab leak accidents. But previous lab leak accidents happened when the virus existed, when someone studied it. This virus that caused the COVID-19 pandemic was unknown. Nobody studied it, so it couldn't have been leaked. After the outbreak, the Wuhan Institute of Virology tried to analyze the possible origin of the virus. They tested all personnel and didn't find anyone infected. They also checked the lab records and didn't find any similar sequence of the new coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, except RATG13. That virus was from bats, and it is still largely different from the novel coronavirus. It's impossible to reconstruct this virus to SARS-CoV-2, and it can't evolve into SARS-CoV-2. This has long been supported by the scientific community. They also tested many environmental samples from the lab and did not detect any similar sequence of the new coronavirus. All this evidence can prove very certainly that the Wuhan Institute of Virology didn't have this virus and didn't leak such a virus.
是根本就在此之前是不存在这样一个病毒，也不可能有这样一个病毒从实验室泄露。那为什么有很多人
Why do so many people suspect a lab leak? Because it's an easy story to tell, attractive to some people. When there's no scientific evidence and people don't know where it came from, people like to associate it with a lab leak. The Wuhan Institute of Virology is located in the city where the outbreak began, and someone was studying relevant viruses. So there are very attractive materials to make up a story. Even some journals publish such articles. But the authors are not experts in virology. They don't even know the evolution theory and molecular biology. In the scientific community, particularly in some top journals, experts in evolution viruses and molecular biology have denied the rhetoric that the virus was man-made or lab-leaked.
生物学的这样的一些专家早就在第一时间出来否定了病毒是人造或是泄露的这样的一些说法。
And our biz anchor Lily Lee joins me in the studio with all the latest business stories we're following for you today. Lily, what do you have for us?
Hi there, Zhengshi. We got some fresh data which just rolled out today, and we start with the manufacturing PMI, which is the Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index. Now that number stood at 50.1 in August. That's slightly down from 50.4 in July. The 50-point mark separates growth from contraction. China, the world's second biggest economy, managed a robust and overall recovery from the coronavirus. But growth in the country has recently lost a little steam due to domestic coronavirus outbreaks and floods. And Beijing is counting down the days until China's International Fair for Trading Services opens its doors. And with many companies competing to make all things smart and green this year, carbon neutral technology is one of the main buzzwords. CGTN Sun Ye has the story.
The telecom giant Huawei has a new front, saying it's now tapping into its computing cloud to generate power smartly. The Chinese tech giant says mixing green power with data processing has already produced one of the world's biggest smart solar power generators at 2.2 gigawatts in Qinghai province. And the company says it expects more hybrid developments in the age of carbon neutrality.
We consider decarbonization, electrification, and digitalization the keys to reaching our carbon goals. And meshing digital technology with the traditional energy sector is key for us, and where I think we have an edge in.
Speaking from the company's headquarters in Shenzhen, Fang says Huawei has stretched green and digital solutions to more places than power plants. It's also worked to cut energy use from traditional power-hungry databases with such solutions.
All major global economies have set up their own carbon neutrality goals. It's a global consensus and a global mission. Now we also have China's timeline and goals. And the industry expects the idea of carbon neutrality to upgrade or even bring about a transformation for relevant industries. It's a big opportunity.
China announced last year that it will have its carbon emission peak by the year 2030 and meet the goal of carbon neutrality by the year 2060. And ever since it made that promise, it's been full steam ahead across the board. Carbon trading platforms across the nation have been set up one after another, and green technologies from alternative power generation to carbon capture and storage have caught on fast.
过去我们的示范工程呢，示范建设的目标啊。
Before, carbon capture and storage were most often used in projects just to test if the technology was viable. But now with the 2030 and 2060 goals, CCS needs to aim for commercialization and an economy of scale. That's partly why the 14th five-year plan has called for CCS projects to be a focus.
And according to industrial figures, by the end of the five-year plan in 2025, China could well have the world's largest carbon market worth hundreds of billions of yuan. Sun Ye, CGTN, Beijing.
And that's it from my end for now. Back to you, Zhongshi.
Lily, thank you so much as always. And that is all we have this hour. I'm Zhongshi. I'll be right back at the top of the next hour.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
CGTN and welcome back to our continuing special coverage on the situation in Afghanistan. It is 1 p.m. here in Beijing and about 9:30 in the morning in the Afghan capital, Kabul. Celebratory gunfire has echoed across Kabul as the last U.S. flight took off from Hamid Karzai Airport late Monday, ending 20 years of American military presence. But for many Afghans and the rest of the world, the future of the nation remains uncertain. We'll go live to Kabul for the latest situation on the ground. We'll also focus on the world's reaction to the withdrawal from Afghanistan. For more analysis, joining me in the studio, Hua Liming, former Chinese ambassador to Iran, and via Skype we have with us Makram Rabah, lecturer at the American University of Beirut, Department of History. Stay tuned. Now, a Taliban spokesperson has called the U.S. troops' complete withdrawal historic. Earlier, he addressed the public from the Kabul airport.
Coming to Afghanistan or have a view of aggression towards our country, they should forget about it. That no Afghans will surrender to force. The way Americans left Afghanistan is a good lesson for the future generation. They were damaged financially. It's a good lesson for everybody else that the nation of Afghan, that it's a historic day for us, and we don't have doubt in this. It's a free country. It is a sovereign country.
Let's check in again this hour with reporter Abdul Hadi Dariz from Kabul News TV. Abdul, we were able to see some of the live pictures at the Kabul airport. They seem to show us a calm, orderly airport. Can you give us an update on the situation there?
Well, the situation is quite normal in Kabul, and as you know that last night at 11:59, the final, the last person from the U.S. troops after almost 20 years of presence has left. And everywhere now the Taliban presence is right there. We have witnessed lots of insecurity back there at Kabul airport at a situation where there was no casualty all over Afghanistan. But as per people, this place, the Hamid Karzai International Airport, was the only place which was a matter of concern for Afghans. The situation after the Americans left, when their last person left and the last plane left, there were some firings. Firings were heard from the Kabul airport. People had some concerns that there could be some fire exchange between the Afghan troops, the Taliban troops, and the American troops. But shortly, the Taliban spokesman and as well as some other people posted on their social media platforms that these are only firings of happiness because the invasion is over in the country. And the Taliban spokesman have written, he has come to his Twitter and he has given the statement that they are going to control it shortly. And this really has happened when early on the morning the normal life started in Kabul city. Everything was normal when I was leaving from my home, which is about 20 kilometers away from here. So I have come through some public transportation. Everyone was in bazaar. The bazaar was quite normal, and the reaction on the social media is happiness. And what people want now, right from now, they want a new chapter of the country, and with happiness, with development and relations with international community, especially people are quite hopeful to have some very good relations with China, which is a huge economical power in the country. When you talk to an ordinary Afghan, they are quite hopeful. that even in this situation, we are hopeful. Countries like Russia, China in specific, and as well the Central Asian countries, Iran, Pakistan. Even a few nights back, when one of the delegation members and one of high-ranked official in Taliban movement, Mr. Sher Mohammad Abbas Tanakzai, has told, he has addressed the nation. He said that even they want to have good relations with India and every country of the region, specifically an entire world, and even US in general. So people are quite hopeful. Life is quite normal here. There are big concerns, but with every day passing, especially after the final flight from the U.S. troops has flown from Kabul airport, the situation looks quite normal from last few days, or especially last 2 weeks.
A fresh chapter being written with new hopes and aspirations. Abdul, we appreciate that update from you. Thank you so much. And as you know, the situation in Afghanistan is attracting worldwide attention. Joining us now is our correspondent Jack Barton in Seoul. Jack has covered Afghanistan for more than 2 decades, including during the initial period of the Taliban rule. Jack, we know that previously South Korea took in Afghans who helped with the international forces during the 2-decade-long war. Give us an update. What is South Korea's reaction to the completion of the U.S. troops' withdrawal?
That's right. South Korea played a fairly sizable role in operations in Afghanistan. There were troops there until 2007. They were pulled out, though, after a large number of Korean Christian missionaries were kidnapped by the Taliban. And essentially the deal was the troops should pull out in return for their safe release. But they went back in under Obama in 2010 during the surge at the time. And they've also had big reconstruction efforts across the country. They had a civilian hospital inside Bagram Air Base. That was the biggest US NATO air base inside Afghanistan. And they did a lot of training with the security forces. So most of the focus here has been really, like many other countries, getting the people who assisted South Koreans in Afghanistan out of the country. And they believe that they have gotten most of those people out. There were more than 300. Some of them went to third countries, but 290 of them have been airlifted here to South Korea. They're currently being housed. Some of them did have COVID-19, so being treated there. But mostly the attitude here, you could say, is summed up as many other countries: wait and see. The Taliban have made big promises. They've promised to put on a more moderate face than the first time that they were in power. But already there are signs that that may be fracturing. There's widespread reports of extrajudicial killings in the provinces. And of course, one of the problems is the Taliban is really what we see the government in Kabul, an umbrella organization for lots of different splintered groups. They don't have a justice system, so justice tends to be fairly arbitrary. And at the moment, we're sort of seeing the ugly side of that. Another big concern, of course, is seeing that ISIS, or the Islamic State in Khorasan, as it's known there, could operate so easily in Kabul. With suicide bomb attacks, a few of them foiled, one of them successful, but it begs the question, either the Taliban was letting them operate or they couldn't control them, so it's going to be hard to keep those promises of not letting terror groups foment and foster inside Afghanistan. I think that's a concern, even though, of course, it's more of a concern for the countries around Afghanistan, like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, but even big countries like China and India. So a feeling here already that the Taliban are perhaps as unpredictable as the Seoul weather is proving to be today.
CGTN's Jack Barton in a very raining Seoul today. Jack, thank you so much, as always. Now, joining me in the studio is Hua Liming, former Chinese ambassador to Iran. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for sticking around. I heard from our reporter on the ground in Kabul that there are expectations in the city about China playing a part in Afghanistan's reconstruction. Can you shed light on what China's role could look like going from this point?
Yes, Afghanistan is a neighboring country of China. A very short common border. It's nothing more than 100 kilometers. So as a neighbor of China, first of all, we would very happy to see a stable and peaceful Afghanistan. So everything it could bring peace and stability to Afghanistan. China would, I think China would be very happy to join the international effort to help Afghanistan to establish their a new life. And the second, of course, China strongly wish that Afghanistan will not be a land of terrorists, especially to be used as the land against China. So this is China's strong wish, and I think the Taliban regime, they have accepted and that the pledge Afghanistan, new Afghanistan will not be the land of terrorists. And the third thing is China, with its very strong capability of infrastructure constructions and its manufacturing capabilities. China has many things to do in Afghanistan to rebuild, reconstruct after peace and stability is realized in Afghanistan.
Mr. Ambassador, I've learned so much from you. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your expertise with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. For years, critics have condemned the long-lasting U.S.-led war in Afghanistan. Now, as the U.S. completes its pullout, the Biden administration is taking much of the blame for a miscalculated and catastrophic end to the war. Our next report examines what role each of the four presidents have played in the 20-year war and what their share of the legacy may be.
"20 years after the United States toppled the Taliban, the world watched as the group reclaimed Afghanistan without much opposition in a matter of days. The withdrawal of American forces and their allies has fallen on the shoulders of every US president after George W. Bush. This year, the pullout was completed under Joe Biden, exposing what critics have called a can of worms. The conflict has cost trillions of dollars, funds meant for the upkeep of US troops and Afghanistan's economic development. Some 200,000 people have died, a third of them were civilians, and millions have been displaced.
حالت اشتکای ما را سعی کنیم ببینیم با چشم زرد خودتان ببینید دروغگوره گفتنش خوبش نیست نه حالت از را سعی کنیم دو روز از سر خاک است کسی یک تکرانان یک جور آب بر از اینا یک فرش پلاستیکی را از اینا لازم نداره.
Now, many are asking, what was America's longest war for? Shortly after one of the deadliest days in US history, President George W. Bush declared a global war on terror. America's main target was the Islamist militant group Al-Qaeda and its leader, Osama bin Laden, identified as the mastermind behind 9/11. The military campaign centered on Taliban-ruled Afghanistan, which Washington has accused of protecting terrorists.
The United States military has begun strikes against Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations.
But some analysts have said that there was more to the US invasion than meets the eye.
His first objective, again, was to try to leverage 9/11 into an attack on Iraq. But in terms of the broader geostrategic objectives, one was to put this massive U.S. military footprint in Central Asia because there were broader strategic interests at stake related to containing Russia and China.
US firepower routed the Taliban government within a span of 2 months. A week after the war began, the group said it might hand over bin Laden for trial in a third country if the US would stop bombing and present evidence that he was connected to 9/11.
There's no need to discuss innocence or guilt. We know he's guilty. Turn him over. If they want us to stop our military operations, they just got to meet my conditions. And when I said no negotiations, I meant no negotiations.
Bombing continued as bin Laden escaped to Pakistan. A year later, President Bush announced a reconstruction plan for the battle-torn country, redirecting military support to the war in Iraq. Press coverage of the US invasion of Afghanistan portrayed the conflict as difficult but necessary.
If we're looking at it in sort of cold, hard, real politics, the U.S. was following its interest here, but it should have been clear from the start that this was never really about liberating Afghanistan, never really about liberating Afghan women, never really about establishing a new state or democracy, but rather fulfilling the strategic objectives of American superpower unilateralism.
But the violence did not stop, as the Taliban and other groups maintained pockets of resistance across the country. Under President Barack Obama, the US ramped up troops to help fight off insurgency. In 2011, there were more than 100,000 American soldiers in Afghanistan. The goal appeared simple but ambitious. The US would help train Afghan forces, stabilize the government, and leave by the end of the year.
Early into the conflict in Vietnam, that the U.S. position was unwinnable. And I think we have that same sort of realization that's taking place during the Obama administration. So I think what we see over time is the Obama administration slowly drawing down forces so they can't be blamed historically, but also avoiding taking responsibility for the real problem at hand.
On May 2nd, 2011, nearly a decade after the 9/11 attacks, President Obama announced what would be perceived as a foreign policy victory.
That the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. After nearly 10 years of service, struggle, and sacrifice, we know well the costs of war.
But continued threats of insecurity kept the US in Afghanistan. Troops were significantly scaled down by 2014, but they did not leave entirely.
We have to recognize Afghanistan will not be a perfect place, and it is not America's responsibility to make it one. The future of Afghanistan must be decided by Afghans. But what the United States can do, what we will do, is secure our interests and help give the Afghans a chance, an opportunity to seek a long overdue and hard-earned peace.
America's military involvement in the Afghan conflict can be traced as far back as the 1970s. Way before its own war.
When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, we had this brilliant idea that we were going to come to Pakistan and create a force of mujahideen, equip them with Stinger missiles and everything else to go after the Soviets inside Afghanistan. And we were successful. The Soviets left Afghanistan, and then we said, great, goodbye, leaving these trained people who were fanatical in Afghanistan and Pakistan, leaving them well armed, creating a mess, frankly, that at the time we didn't really recognize. We were just so happy to see the Soviet Union fall. Now you look back, the people we're fighting today, we were supporting in the fight against the Soviets.
When Donald Trump took office in 2017, the Afghan war had grown largely unpopular among Americans. Trump was critical of previous administrations.
When I became president, I was given a bad and very complex hand, but I fully knew what I was getting into. We must address the reality of the world as it exists right now the threats we face and the confronting of all of the problems of today and extremely predictable consequences of a hasty withdrawal.
For years, peace talks stalled amid infighting among Afghan factions. But in February 2019, the US announced the result of its own negotiations with the Taliban. The deal? All US troops and their allies out of Afghanistan, with the guarantee that the Taliban would keep terrorist groups out as well.
As we speak, the United States is also working to end the war in Afghanistan, and we are bringing our troops home. America is fulfilling our destiny as peacemaker, but it is peace through strength.
Some accused Trump of seeking a distraction from his government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Trump had really, from the beginning, sold his political brand as repudiating the old Republicans. He really targeted Bush for lying about the war on terror, for having this misguided strategy into Afghanistan and Iraq. And clearly, by Trump's time in power, this was no longer really delivering strategic benefits, but just massive costs. As a result, he wants to advance this goal because it's become part of his talking points for re-election.
When Joe Biden became president, however, he followed through on Trump's policy and in April announced a complete end to the Afghan military operation by September 11th, exactly 20 years after the 9/11 attacks. But what the Biden administration did not anticipate was the pace at which the Taliban regained control as the US made their exit.
The speed of the Taliban's advance has been very surprising. The fact that the Taliban are advancing is not surprising, and I attribute that to President Biden's decision. He, I think, delivered a crippling morale blow to the Afghan army, and they no longer believed they had the resources they needed to win.
Biden has defended his decision, saying nation building was not the United States' purpose in Afghanistan, contradicting those in the Bush era who said they would rebuild the country.
You have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan is taking many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president.
The last couple days I've been struggling with the emotion of it. Just there's a mix of anger, a mix of depression, about what's happening.
The blame here isn't the fact that the catastrophe has occurred, because again, it might have happened regardless. Rather, that Biden has seemed so indifferent to the consequences and did so little to try to prevent it.
A former United Nations envoy has described the US withdrawal as a colossal failure, but also suggests the blame cannot be pinned on a single administration, much less a single leader.
I think the proper way to describe this is that the Biden administration implemented the Trump surrender agreement that was signed in 2020. And, we can debate who's most culpable. I don't think that's a particularly productive thing. If we want to know where it went wrong, I would say maybe around the beginning of 2002.
The blame game in Washington has already begun in earnest, and those who support the president say it's Trump's fault, and those who support Trump say it's Biden's fault, and some people say no, it's Ashraf Ghani's fault, and other people say no, it's the intelligence community's fault, and they say it's George W. Bush's fault for And I think here failure is going to have 1,000 fathers.
Meanwhile, analysts say America's unilateral decisions on Afghanistan are raising concerns among its allies, from hasty peace talks under Trump to a hasty pullout under Biden.
He was negotiating unilaterally with the Taliban, excluding American allies who had supported the U.S. in Afghanistan, and even excluding the Afghan government. He really shifted what was happening on the ground.
Despite growing fatigue from the conflict, some Americans believe U.S. efforts were not in vain.
In the 20 years that the United States and our partners have been in Afghanistan, a new generation of Afghan leaders has stepped forward to help chart a better future for the country. Their ranks include women's rights activists, independent journalists, anti-corruption crusaders, and democracy advocates.
But Professor Mahoney says it's hard to put a positive spin on defeat.
In time, the disaster in Afghanistan will be remembered as an American failure, not simply attributable to one president. It will be remembered as the clearest example of imperial hubris, as squandering the peace dividend after the Cold War, as the continuation of permanent war with the so-called war on terror, as the unjust deserts of a global superpower acting unilaterally without impunity.
Within less than 2 weeks, the Taliban's advance unfolded like a takeover waiting to happen. Questions have been raised over how the group gained so much traction in the past 2 decades. The Taliban say they believe most Afghans never supported or grew frustrated by the US in power.
Occupation is occupation. It is lack of freedom. It is that many things are imposed on the people. You do not have independent economic policy, political policy, and social policy, and so. But in independence, you are the owner. You take up decision and implement them, and you take decision bearing in mind the interest of your country and of your people.
Over the centuries, Afghanistan's location at crossroads of Asia has made it a battlefield for competing empires, from the Persians to the Mongols. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the British and the Soviets invaded and were forced to leave. Now it's the United States' turn, and many are asking if they should have descended on Afghanistan in the first place. What legacy will be left behind? Who should take responsibility for the war? And, above all, will the US continue or change its long-standing policy of military interventionism?
Thank you for watching CGTN. I'm Zhong Shi. Bye for now.
We know there's some things we do not know.
In acquiring expertise on weapons of mass destruction.
And it is true that much of the intelligence turned out to be wrong.
The UN paid the price.
Iraq is no better for 10 years of war.
The United States has been at constant war.
When we want to go to war with someone, we invent the reasons.
It's as if the hundreds of Yemenis killed in these attacks simply never existed.
His response to was, these are the people who killed my family. I don't want to go there, anywhere but there.
How much evil must we do in order to do good?
We spent $2.5 trillion over the last 4 years on our military. We have the most powerful military anywhere in the world.
They were not challenged, and they should have been.
So what the memorial is about honesty.
This is the center of an empire that never speaks its name, whose power is represented in this extraordinary world map of American military bases. 4,000 bases in the United States, almost 1,000 bases spread across every continent.
Our military has increased substantially in size. We spent $2.5 trillion over the last 4 years on our military. We have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close.
In the last number of years, since 1949, when we normalized relations, the United States has been at constant war with Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Yemen and many other countries. Almost constant war. The expert economists estimated that we had spent about $3 trillion on those wars. A trillion is a million.
The costs of the war, well over $1 trillion already, probably another $1 trillion in long-term costs, caring for those who borne the burden, recapitalizing the Army, the Air Force, the Marine Corps for the systems that have been worn down in this grinding decade of war. So we've paid extraordinary human costs and dollar costs, and we're going to continue to be paying those costs for literally generations to come. There's a very heavy bill that comes with this war.
We are fighting in Korea for our own national security and survival.
My fellow citizens, tonight we greet with prayers of thanksgiving the official news that an armistice was signed almost an hour ago in Korea. Soldiers, the sailors, and airmen of 16 different countries have stood as partners beside us throughout these long and bitter months.
Good evening, my fellow citizens.
Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites.
Here is President Kennedy as he delivered that message, bearing on recent events in Cuba.
Renewed hostile actions against United States ships on the high seas and the Gulf of Tonkin have today required me to order the military forces of the United States to take action in reply.
We take this action not for the purpose of expanding the war into Cambodia, but for the purpose of ending the war in Vietnam and winning the just peace we all desire.
I think we may have learned something from Vietnam, that we can't just do everything all over the world.
I announced that human rights would be a cornerstone or a foundation of our entire foreign policy. So I officially designated every U.S. ambassador on earth to be my personal human rights representative.
In Nicaragua, U.S. ambassadors were used to a different role. In the 1930s, U.S. Marines had put the tyrant Tacho Somoza in power. More than 40 years later, Nicaragua was still ruled by a Somoza.
At 7 o'clock this evening, Eastern Time, air and naval forces of the United States launched a series of strikes against the headquarters terrorist facilities, and military assets that support Muammar Gaddafi's subversive activities. The attacks were concentrated and carefully targeted to minimize casualties among the Libyan people, with whom we have no quarrel.
Air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities.
We exercised military power to defeat the aggression of Mr. Milosevic. We won the war.
Their refusal to do so will result in military conflict, commenced at a time of our choosing.
The Gaddafi regime is coming to an end.
A short time ago, I ordered the United States Armed Forces to launch precision strikes on targets associated with the chemical weapons capabilities of Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad.
Human beings must stop killing other human beings. And that's a belief that I shared. I shared it then, and I believe it even more strongly today.
NATO was fighting a high-tech air war. Their pilots, flying at altitude, had access to the best military systems in the world. Images from laser-guided weapons. NATO was happy to show TV audiences how it was hitting its targets. Even so, there were unintended casualties. The NATO commander had to defend his men.
If you were focused right on your job as a pilot, suddenly that train appeared. Look very intently at the aim point, concentrate right there, and
that train had been packed with civilians. Other well-publicized tragedies followed. Here, a column of refugees, apparently mistaken for a military convoy, had been attacked.
Before 24th of March, when they started their dam bombing, and they started their dirty aggression against this country, there was no one single refugee. When they started bombing, refugees appears, of course, as a result of bombing, and everybody knows it.
Our actions are bound by consultations with partners and respect for state sovereignty. before any strike is taken, there must be near certainty that no civilians will be killed or injured.
A 68-year-old woman, Mamana Bibi, was killed in a drone strike that appears to have been directly targeted at her. Her grandchildren recounted in painful detail to Amnesty International the moment when she was blown into pieces in front of their very eyes while she was gathering vegetables. Almost a year to the day, her family has yet to receive any acknowledgement from the US that she was killed by one of its drones, let alone any justice or compensation for her killing.
3:15 बजे हमारे अम्मी भिंडी को काट रही थी। पहले अटैक में वो शहीद हो गई और कुछ बच्चे जख्मी हो गए।
أول يقول لا يقول بأسرت الدم ولا بأبا دم ولا شيء دم ولا في بأول شيء مش بلاقي في الدوايا مش ما أترزي يا ولا
دوايا ما تيجي جوش هنا بعد ذيك من داخل كرول لا مورينا شدا دي وقتا كنا جتون دي بقى ترى تو براتوا إذا تو كله ذيك منو.
Since 2009, the United States has carried out an estimated 80 targeted killing operations in Yemen. These strikes have killed an estimated 473 people, yet the U.S. has only publicly acknowledged 2 of these strikes, those that have killed Americans. It's as if the hundreds of Yemenis killed in these attacks simply never existed.
Shelling, airstrikes, and snipers hit people going about their daily lives, often without warning, in areas where there's no active combat going on, and creates the sense that there is no safe place for Yemenis to hide.
There are certain states who are well known to be supplying weapons. That includes the United States. When we have said that it is the responsibility of the international community as a whole to respond to this crisis, that is particularly apt for those countries that have special influence, and that must include those that supply arms.
How much evil must we do in order to do good?
I just can't believe half of the shit I've seen here so far.
How many bodies did you see killed, shot down?
Myself, I saw approximately 100 bodies, dead bodies. I mean, that's a conservative estimate now.
I know one group specifically, they had rounded up about 20, maybe 30 people, and most of them were women and children. There might have been a few old men in the group. But they'd rounded them up just right over a ditch bank and shot them all with a machine gun and left them in the ditch.
I got burned and I got horrible scars. Not only scars, but I endure a lot of pain. And I couldn't concentrate, and I couldn't, to bear the heat where I came from, hot and hot. And with that scars, and this is a horrible time for me. As soon as my best friend, Hannah, she came, and I forgot all my scar. I just opened my arms and received her, but she stood from far away. She just looked at me.
For years, the government did not listen. With steps taken since 1993, and the important step we are taking today, we are showing that America can listen and act. I'm announcing that Vietnam veterans with prostate cancer and the neurological disorder peripheral neuropathy are entitled to disability payments based upon their exposure to Agent Orange.
لور قصه دا شهیدان د ماشومان ته ویني په دغه کالو په دغه توسان کې پراته وو و هغه د شفقانیه تر نه کسوي په هغه علم نه لرو چې مړ به یې کو شهیدان یې کړو
کې بنداو کې په بمبارې پر وکي مرای د شپې دا ستاسو کې
There were 17 people in the house, yeah. And 4 were killed. So that's what we're going to talk. 4 were killed, yeah. So that's the guy. We're going to talk to the guy about.
You're looking at the definition of innocent people. There's no question about it. You know, little girls. I mean, there's just no way to rationalize that this was in any way a good thing or justified, or it's just a terrible feeling, a terrible sight.
Hey, she got eyes on that contact.
There's a compound right over here, the southeast of us.
Roger, hey, we're going to break around.
مثلا این طالبا وقتی که شما را تو خانه‌تان گرفت شما تو برشان چیز گفتن نتونستین زور میگن زور میگن نون را به زور میبرد خود نون به زور میزنی لال میکنی خب ما چه کار بکنم چه رقم لباس دارن لباسش نمیدونم لباس یعنی همین تو چیزا ماست سلایشان کلاشینکوف است پس بیا کلاشینکوف است بیا بابا بیا مادرش دایی call me a mom بیا مادرش
Come on, hey.
Hey, he's 20 years old.
Is he really 20 years old?
Yeah.
Hey, mara ko patu bale cigarette sarwalu sedia. Jo badala bal cigarette ta kama. Pakale da.
My dad is a American soldier. My dad is a hero, my superhero. Now my daddy got shot, but I just want to go to Afghanistan and shoot the guys. Hey, you shot my dad, I'd kill you.
You're going to have to figure out how to do this the best way, Brian. You got to basically pull down on here while you work your way in there.
Even if today there was not a single new war victim, we would have enough job for the next 40 years. Because an artificial limbs, a prosthesis, has to be replaced every 3 years, 2 years. Children are growing. Sometimes you have to change the leg every 6 months. And then the landmines are there. So it's the dream that no new war victims are going to come. It's just a dream.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know too much about the war in Afghanistan directly. I don't know what started the war in Afghanistan. I don't know if Al-Qaeda is mainly based in Afghanistan. I don't really follow that side of politics too much. I don't really follow why wars happen. All I know is I love my country.
I'm always worried about somebody coming in my house and hurting my family, but I'm always on guard and I'm ready for anything at any time. I used to be able to determine combat zone and home, but now to me, everything's combat zone.
کار میکنم در لب سر کیلومتره انرژی با و جوس و چیزا
سمفونو
شش هستی؟
بله کاغذ فروشی این کاغذ دستمال فروشی در پیش فاینکس
یعنی اگر واقعیت پرسان کنی کار بار اگر در وطن می بود و این روز نمی آمدیم ما با این کار نمی آمدیم این کار رو ببینید 10 رپا و 5 رپا و 3 رپا یا با این کار نمی آمدیم 14 سال از تحصیل میشه بالاخره این کار رو میکنم بدبختانه بگویم خوشبختانه نه بدبختانه کار میکنم و ما هم کوشش میکنم آینده با وطن خدمت کنم زندگی خوب خودم داشته باشم و هموطنایم داشته باشم میخوایم که ملک ما از گدایگری و بدبختی و غربت نجات بده
After nearly 9 years, America's war in Iraq will be over.
Ten years later, we're out of Iraq, and Iraq is no better for 10 years of war.
We start to face, as pediatricians in general, not only me, so many cases of congenital malformation in our kids since more than 4 or 5 years ago. The pediatricians here start to talk about this problem, and this, according to their experience, they start to notice that there is some problem relating the development of congenital anomalies, something different than the years before 2005 and 2004.
12-year-old Ali Abbas, he heard planes flying overhead. Next thing he knew, members of his family were dead. He had no arms. He woke up in a hospital where he was dying. His photo was taken. It appeared in magazines around the world. Ali has gotten offers to be taken to the United States and be treated in an American hospital. And his response to it was, these are the people who killed my family. I don't want to go there, anywhere but there.
Unfortunately, over the last several weeks, it seems more and more of our injuries are mothers and small children, 4-year-olds, 8-year-olds, and just the innocent bystanders and victims of war.
من الصبح نجي نخلص على البيت خدنا ونرجع دقيقة على العصر نمشي.
أشوف الناس يدرسون يروحون على المدرسة ويجون بس ولادي يبيعون مي. شو نسوي؟ المستقبل يعني عايشهم والله الصبح مرات أقعد وأبكي ولادي يبيعون مي.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
We begin in Afghanistan. The U.S. military has completed its withdrawal from Afghanistan to end a brutal 20-year war. The Taliban have now taken full control of the Kabul airport. A Taliban spokesperson has called the pullout, quote, historic, and says the Taliban want to have good relations with not only the United States, but also the whole world. The withdrawal led to the evacuation of U.S. troops as well as over 123,000 Americans, foreign nationals, and Afghans who had helped the U.S.-led effort. Celebratory gunfire rang out in Kabul in the early hours of Tuesday, and senior Taliban officials hailed the event as a day marking the country's full independence. The war in Afghanistan was triggered by the U.S. invasion to find the mastermind of the 9/11 attacks, Osama bin Laden, whom the Taliban were said to be supporting. The war has ended with the return of power of the Taliban. The Afghan occupation has cost the U.S. at least $2 trillion. And for more on the latest, let's go live to our correspondent Abdul Hadi Dariz in Kabul. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. Now, Taliban is now in full control of the Kabul airport, and a Taliban spokesperson said in a tweet that the Afghan people are not worried. I mean, what's the latest mood there in Kabul and the people's reaction?
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, he is right.
security. This country is now fully secure, as I have said in my last interview with you guys as well. Now, Kabul was a city of 6 million people, street crime. People were killed only for one mobile. Some criminals used to take a mobile from them. They could lead to have a fire of pistol on you. Whenever somebody used to go in public transportation, in a car, in a public transportation or a bus, there was a fear that anybody can have a pistol on the head of me and take some money from me. All these problems are solved. Traveling around the country was a huge problem, especially for those who were working in the government sector, in government. For example, nobody could use to go to Kandahar by road, especially the ones who used to have government jobs. But now you can go to any part of the world. You can go to Kandahar without any fear. You can go to Herat without any fear. But there is one point of worry for entire nation, and that is economical crisis and not having relation with the entire world. We all know that when we had our former regime, the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, had relation with entire world, which now people have fear that this could be the end of relations of Afghans with the world. And in coming to the economic crisis, people have concerns. Some say, especially after the treasures, after the reserves of the Afghanistan Bank, the Central Bank of Afghanistan, are frozen by the US, so they have the fear that the value of the Afghan currency, Afghani, could go down so much, which already happened, but not at a very big scale, which was around 80 Afghani. 1 USD was equal to 80 Afghani 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and now it is touching the 90s. But people are in fear that it could go even beyond 100 or even 200. This is the only fear people have. And also people's money are stuck in the banks. Nobody is allowed to take. Banks are open for last 2-3 days, and but with limitation. Nobody can take more than 20,000 Afghanis or 200 USD from their bank accounts. So this is the matter of worry. Coming to security, coming to people's fear for getting killed or whatever, all those problems are solved at the moment.
And Abdul, as you were speaking, we're now showing our viewers the live picture of the Kabul airport, and it seems relatively quiet there. Not much action is really going on. What have been the latest moves and reactions from the Taliban?
It is said what happened in Kabul airport, even people not having proper documentation, they rushed towards Kabul, towards the Hamid Karzai International Airport in Kabul. And that made a huge mess, a huge crowd right there. Thousands of people were around the airport on different gates, entrance gates towards the airport. At the beginning, they went through the main gate, and then there were some special gates. And later on, this was a huge problem for US and coalition forces as well. Then they used to call their people, they used different techniques to enter their people. Just because of the people without proper documentation, even people who did have nationality, Afghans who have nationalities of the Western countries, US, British, or any other, and as well who have worked with them and they had proper documents to leave the country, they couldn't enter right there. It led to lots of crowd. Even since last few days, nobody was allowed to enter Kabul airport. And still, when yesterday we, along with our team, visited Kabul airport, even we were not allowed to enter right there because of the rush right there. Hundreds of people were right there. But since the evacuation now officially ended, no U.S. troops, no U.S. plans are right there. So the hopes of those people who were trying to leave the country are gone as well. So our team have visited the airport. Now everything is clear right there. There is entire everything is quiet right here and back to normal. And also those people who were afraid, who had a fear of Taliban, who were afraid of that situation, without having any proper documentation to go to flee outside Afghanistan. That is also stopped now. So it is quite normal now, and everybody who was feeling insecure, especially the people who were living next to the airport. There were sounds of firings, missiles, bombings, and all those. They were also in fear. There are lots of localities, lots of families, lots of houses near the Kabul airport. All those people were in quite fear. So all the people are quite happy now, and security is absolutely, it can be called the best secure day for Afghanistan in last 20 years.
Thank you very much for bringing us the latest. Abdul Hadi Dariz joining us live from Kabul. And let's get more insights. We're now joined in the studio by Mr. Victor Gao, Chair Professor at Soochow University. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor, as always. So let me get your take on this. Public opinion has been divided on this withdrawal by the United States. Some say Washington has turned its back on the Afghans. Others say it's good that they're ending its longest war. What do you think?
Well, first of all, today is a day to be carved into history. I think people hundreds of years later will recall today as a very significant day. Now, different people from different perspectives have very different views as to the significance of today. I would say militarily, today is a day of infamy because everyone has been expecting the U.S. withdrawal, but no one had predicted that the withdrawal itself would have taken place in such shambles. I think the United States or the U.S. military has completely lost its esteem and respect among the allies and in front of the Afghan people, you name it. So this is truly a very extraordinary day as far as the U.S. military withdrawal is concerned. Now, people in Afghanistan, many of them want to have the foreign troops leave Afghanistan. They consider the U.S. troops and NATO troops as occupation troops. And they have all the reasons to want to see them leave Afghanistan and let Afghan people decide their own fate. In this sense, today is a day of rejoice. On the other hand, no one knows for sure what will happen of Afghanistan, what will become of Taliban as the leader of the new government. So I think we need to wait and let the dust settle and see what exactly will happen to the Afghan people and to peace and stability and development in Afghanistan.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. And in the meantime, President Joe Biden, he has drawn heavy criticisms back home from both Democrats and the Republicans. How do you assess the impact of this U.S. withdrawal on his presidency?
I would say this mishandling of the withdrawal is a big blow to the reputation and esteem and the respectability of the Biden administration. And it may take a very long time to recover, if it ever recovers. And I think this will also spell doom for the 2022 midterm election, and it will also make the re-election of President Biden, if he ever decides to do so in 2024, very, very slim chance for him to win the re-election. So it will have momentous impact on the domestic politics in the United States. It will really shake up the alliance relations between the United States and its NATO allies and allies in many other parts of the world. It will really cast a doubt as to what will be the U.S. global leadership role, if there is any leadership role, and what will be judged by the people everywhere in the world, including, for example, in ASEAN region, in Indo-Pacific region, you name it. So this will again be a profound, ever-changing moment in history, and it's very bad for President Biden.
And what do you think will be the international reactions towards the Taliban takeover? I mean, will they recognize the international legitimacy of Taliban-led government?
So far, as of today, no country in the world has recognized Taliban. First of all, the Taliban government has not yet been constituted, so everyone needs to wait until that momentous moment when the Taliban government, the new Afghan government headed by Taliban, will be structured and emerge onto the global scene. Now, I would suspect it will take quite some time before major countries in the world to give them recognition to the Taliban government, and some of which may take a long time Why? Because everyone wants to see what will become of Taliban government. The Taliban government so far has said the right thing on many occasions, has given out good indications as to what they want to become eventually after taking over the new government. However, words themselves, important as they are not the final point. I think everyone needs to wait as to the actions. And I would say one most important litmus test will be how the Taliban government will deal with women in Afghanistan, whether they will support them to work or block them from going to work, and whether they will block girls in Afghanistan from going to school. If they do that, I don't think they will command respectability in the international community. If they do that, at least they are moving in the right direction. So I personally would urge the Taliban leaders to support girls going to school in Afghanistan. That's the future of Afghanistan. And allow women in Afghanistan to go to work in the normal sense of the word. Don't become a point of resistance to the megatrend in the world, and don't become a point of resistance against Afghan being merged more and more with the rest of the world.
Yeah, they've said that they will respect the rights of women, but it's going to take some time to see whether they were just talking the talk, or they can actually walk the walk, right? Thank you very much. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. And with that, we're going to come to the end of this edition of World Today here on CGTN. Stay with us for more coverage. Bye for now.
强大并不等于霸权。
邻居出了问题，我们不能只顾扎紧了自家的篱笆。
They can see the results that are good that I'm bringing from China.
中国光伏行业能够为全世界的绿色发展贡献自己的一份力量。
从分别到下行，也一定要从小到大，由弱到强，一定要飞出去。
整个渔港体现了我们的祖先思想的开放性、包容性和博大性。
中国推动构建人类命运共同体的脚步不会停止。
不要跟得太紧，防止前车上不去啊。一定要注意观察。216，你过一些难行的路段和重要的拐点，注意及时报告，方便前车指挥，方便办。我是中国驻南苏丹驻巴第7批维和步兵营副营长穆成达。我是04年入伍。08年呢，毕业于中国人民解放军炮兵学院，从军到现在有17年的时间。我们第7批维和步兵营从进入任务区以后， 有长巡、短巡、程巡，还有武装护卫，包括我们整个UN House 的警戒护卫。我们执行长巡任务所面临的困难是多元化的，也是多样性的。当地的部族之间的冲突，季节气候的变化，疾病肆虐的疫情，对我们任务分队执行任务都是一个很大的冲击。有可能当你到达任务地域，它的形势立马突变，产生了一些武装的冲突。可能会置于我们长巡分队在武装冲突的交界点，或者是说会有火力波及。
Heavy gunfire was also reported outside a United Nations base, sheltering thousands of civilians.
This is part of Mu Chengda's life as a UN peacekeeper in South Sudan. The young country gained independence in 2011. It struggles with issues like economic instability, crime, and intercommunal violence. In 2016, 2 Chinese peacekeepers were killed. But these risks did not stop Mu from signing up. China's participation in UN peacekeeping operations began in 1990, 19 years after it resumed its seat at the UN. Today, China provides the most UN peacekeepers among the permanent member states of the Security Council. The CPC uses peacekeeping missions to show its commitment to global security and put its concept of building a community with a shared future for mankind into action.
President Xi Jinping gave his first ever address to the United Nations General Assembly.
中国将加入新的联合国维和能力待命机制，并建设8000人规模的维和待命部队。
Would like to highlight the fact that China has now taken the lead on the very important theme that is safety and security of our peacekeepers. The quality of service of Chinese men and women in uniform in our mission is really exceptional.
当我第一次得知有这个任务，我是第一时间先跟组织进行了申请。我的家人对我还是比较支持的，能有这样的机会到海外来执行任务，可能说是我一生唯一的一个机会。我现在是有一个儿子，一个女儿。临行的时候呢，我的妻子她告诉我，老公，你放心，在你维和期间的1年里，我一定把我们的孩子好好抚养长大。你在维和的过程中，不要有任何的牵挂，我们永远是你坚强的后盾。我的女儿现在6岁，我出来之前，我在地图上给她画了，我说爸爸要去南苏丹执行任务，我在地球仪上给她指出了南苏丹的位置。我的女儿用幼稚的双眼看着我，爸爸，好远啊，你要多久才能回来？我说我要1年。她跟我说，她说爸爸，我会想你的。
你看这是谁？你看这是谁？皮爸。
哎，
你什么时候回来？
爸爸呀，爸爸很快就回去了。爸爸执行完任务就回去了，不危险，这边环境还是很好的。
不危险，我都联系不上你呀。
他可能就信号不太好嘛，不方便联系。
注意安全。
你放心吧，我一定会注意安全的。
能有信号的时候就跟我联系。
啊，行，如果有信号的话，我第一时间跟你联系。
The
第一时间跟你联系。啊，行，如果有信号的话，我第一时间跟你联系。
United Nations General Assembly.
中国将加入新的联合国维和能力待命机制，并建设8000人规模的维和待命部队。
The
维和军人，我宣誓。我是中国人民解放军维和军人，我宣誓，为履行崇高使命而战，为捍卫祖国荣誉而战。
我们都是在一个地球上的人类，我们不应该饱受战乱，不应该受到疾苦，受到食物的短缺、医疗的匮乏等等其他的制约。那我们维和就是履行一个大国担当，一个大国使命。
南苏丹友谊万岁！
来个名。
强大并不等于霸权，我们派出维和任务，体现的是我们的大国担当和大国的责任，同时也响应着习主席提出的人类命运共同体。
China's role as a peacekeeper is not limited to its commitment to the United Nations, but extends to neighbors connected by a common thread. The Mekong River is a major trade route linking Western China and Southeast Asia. It's also a lifeline for these monks in northern Laos.
ก็มีบ้างอยู่ก็บางทีก็ไปเดินเล่นอยู่แถวนั้นก็ใกล้ๆกันก็ไปมาอยู่ก็มีบ่อยอยู่ตลอดปีเลยก็ว่าไปตลอดปีเลยครับ
Ban Mung used to be almost unknown to the outside world. The Lao follow Buddhism, which promotes harmony between man and nature. They cherish the river and believe it's home to a sacred dragon that can protect their good life. They pray for the river to flow peacefully forever. Wen Pei hopes that the neighboring nations along the river will work together to protect the water source. While parts of the river are peaceful, there's danger elsewhere, like the Golden Triangle, where the borders of Myanmar, Thailand and Laos meet. It's notorious for drug trafficking and lawlessness. For years, criminals ruled the Golden Triangle with impunity until tragedy struck in 2011.
玉星8号和华平号一动不动地停留在湄公河泰国一侧。很快，人们获知了13名中国籍船员被杀的消息。
Four nations, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos and China, responded by immediately joining forces. They conduct monthly joint land and river patrols of the Mekong River Basin, sharing resources and intelligence, and providing safe passage to cargo ships.
I am 特造船长谭建华，我在湄公河行船呢，已经有23年。湄公河啊，由于它是一条国际河流，沿江过隔的这个界河啊，它就是一江之隔。在这么窄的一个河道两岸呐，它都是原始丛林，很多的这个礁石。在这样复杂的一个天然屏障下呀，一些不法武装分子啊，涉枪涉毒，还有这个拦截船只，这个安全环境呐，受到它的威胁是不断的升级。一国的安全呢，不能呢建立在别国的动荡之上。邻居出了问题，我们呢不能呢只顾扎紧了自家的篱笆，还应该去帮一把。就说这各方啊，应当呢树立这个共同、综合、合作和可持续的安全观，秉承呢同舟共济、守望相助、包容并蓄、 平等互利的湄公河精神。
The Mekong patrols are China's way of being a good neighbor, a policy based on principles established decades ago in 1955. Against the backdrop of an escalating Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, 29 countries, many newly independent African and Asian nations, came together at an event called the Bandung Conference. One of them was the Young People's Republic of China, formed 6 years before in 1949. All attendees committed to a list of goals, including the promotion of economic and cultural cooperation and the importance of peaceful coexistence. Today, China continues to practice these principles with the CPC's concept of a community with a shared future for mankind. The concept is part of defining China's role in the world. The party wants to see an equality-based world built through dialogue and collective peace efforts. Since 2012, this concept has been expounded by General Secretary Xi Jinping on a number of occasions, and it was enshrined into the CPC Constitution.
通过这10年来的这个巡航，100多个这个巡航任务完成后啊，这个沿江的这个船舶数量啊，基本上啊翻了2番。到目前为止，不完全统计的话呀，这条江的这个航运船舶呀，已经达到了400多艘。
Since the patrol started, there have been no more cases of pirate attacks on cargo ships.
ค่ะสำหรับการลาดตระเวนร่วม4ประเทศนะคะฝ่ายไทยก็มาในฐานะผู้สังเกตการณ์นะคะก็ทำให้รู้สึกว่าเมื่อมีการลาดตระเวนเนี่ยมันก็น่าจะเกิดความมั่นใจในความปลอดภัยมากขึ้นนะคะ
Traffic on the Mekong has seen a significant increase as the neighboring countries expand their trade agreements. For the monks at the Luanchaimong temple, they know something is going to change, but nothing is going to change their love for the Mekong they call home. Mozambique is in Southeast Africa, rich in natural resources like arable land and natural gas reserves. But according to the UNDP, about half of its population lives below the poverty line. Most of its people are farmers. And that's where China hopes to contribute through companies like the China Railway Group.
中非农业项目投资兴建农田基础设施，新建水利工程，把一片满是芦苇的荒地变为了万顷良田。项目每一年都要雇佣上千名当地员工。
As a way of giving back, China Railway started what is currently the largest rice planting project between Africa and China. The project helps local farmers by teaching them new techniques and providing seeds, fertilizers, modern machinery, and infrastructure like water pumps for farms. The farmers then use part of the money earned from their harvests to pay back some of these production costs.
My name is Elidio David Kambula, Chinese name Kabul, and I studied in China for almost 8 years. I got my master's degree there in rice cultivation. What I do basically in the farm is to support the farmers, teach them, work them day by day how to plant rice, the technical procedures during the cycle of rice.
Besides educating farmers, Ken Bell also conducts research for this planting project. And when he needs help, his teacher in China is just a call away. Professor Li Ganghua from the Nanjing Agricultural University has been an advisor for this project since 2017.
我是南京农业大学水稻栽培的教授。我第一次去应该是17年吧，和我一个研究生卡布啊一起去的。现在一般都是通过微信啊发个照片，或者联系一下，看看当中的一些问题。比方说田里面这个水稻分叶不发了，发个视频， 我告诉他怎么弄，长出一种病了，没见过，什么原因？我记得你做了个实验叫播种量的实验是吧？
对，我做了一个。
播种量的实验最后结果怎么样？
是结果挺好的，我做了实验之后我就发现了，他们也可以用比较小的搭配，
就是可以用比较少的密度就可以达到比较高的产量，对吧？
对。
那你去了之后，你还有很大贡献，你还有很大潜力啊，把大家带起来啊。栽培上面有一个系统的知识了，但是过去了之后呢，要因地制宜了啊，不要害怕哈。
好。
啊，有什么问题也可以跟我讲啊。
对，我知道了是。
这非洲一个非常明显的特点就是望天收。望天收什么呢？就是没有水利设施，没有技术，栽完了就不管了，把它围起来就完了。我当时给他们提出一个最主要的建议就是水利嘛，就是水要管好。那这个应该说他们当地的是这个方面是比较差的。非洲呢还有一个问题，就是损失的问题。我们说了产出来，还有一个收的问题。因为非洲水稻落粒性比较强，它如果不及时收的话，损失就会比较大。但是中国的这个机械去收，损失就会少很多。
Thanks to improvements in irrigation, infrastructure and technology, farmers are seeing greater yields. This farmer saw her harvest increase 3 to 4-fold after learning new farming techniques through this project.
Aka project leyi a ni nyimela leswaku liya mahlweni leswaku ni ta kota ku va ni wundla muti wa mina.
They can see the results that are good that I'm bringing from China. They copy from what I do and they proceed, which is great for them because they improve the rice yield and that helps them to improve their incomes and help their lifestyle.
The big jump in rice yields can be credited to a small but significant difference: the seed used. It's a high-yield rice hybrid developed in the 70s by the late Dr. Yuan Longping, known as the father of hybrid rice in China. His discoveries have helped parts of Asia and Africa that use his technologies to overcome famine through rising harvests. Yuan Longping's scientific breakthrough was boosted by the CPC's goal of building a moderately prosperous society, or Xiaokang. The party has brought some 900 million people out of poverty, and it wants to share its experience with the world. China's support for Mozambique goes beyond agriculture. At the start of 2021, when COVID vaccination campaigns started around the world, China was the first to donate doses to Mozambique. China declared vaccines a global good, providing more than 770 million doses to more than 100 countries and international organizations. Bringing hope to the countryside. Bringing light in the darkness in a sustainable way. That's what happened when China decided to invest in solar. Solar energy is considered one of the cleanest forms of renewable energy. But 10 years ago, solar panels were too expensive for large-scale use, and then China got in the game. Government subsidies powered the growth of an emerging industry.
中国光伏行业的能够快速发展呢，这跟中国政府的政策是密切相关的。我叫杨晓军，是天合光能义乌基地的总经理。习总书记提出的绿水青山才是金山银山指引下吧，光伏行业得到了长足的发展。整个光伏不管是在地面电站，还是在这个工商业屋顶，包含户用型等方面都得到了长足的发展。
Scaling up led to the cost of solar panels dropping by over 90% over the years, making solar energy a viable option around the world. Today, 7 out of 10 solar panels are made in China, and Chinese companies are setting up shop abroad, thinking global, acting local. China Solar has a presence in Spain.
Soy Antonio Ramírez Maldonado, jefe de obra de Trina Solar para este proyecto. Dentro de mi alcance está la correcta ejecución de todos los trabajos y la coordinación de las diferentes subcontratas. Actualmente la energía fotovoltaica es una de las energías más limpias que podemos conseguir a día de hoy y creo que en un futuro llegaremos a que un alto porcentaje de toda la energía producida en el mundo pueda ser a través de esta tecnología.
中国的早期的这个光伏装备主要来自于进口，现在不管是从硅片、电池还是组件，都逐步实现了国产化，为我们整个光伏产业链的成本下降，制定了坚实的基础。中国企业是从无到有，然后从有在变强的这样一个过程。那么目前中国的光伏在全球是一枝独秀。
Soy Miguel Sánchez Dávila, director de operaciones de Trina Solar en Europa. Este proyecto se encuentra dentro del desarrollo de energías renovables de la Unión Europea, dentro de España, y bueno, vamos a conseguir una reducción de emisiones de 30 toneladas de CO2 anuales y una capacidad de electricidad para 2.000 familias.
那么对于义乌基地呢，我们生产的最先进的产品呢，主要是以出口为主，那么我们可能会占到60%以上。
In 2013, President Xi Jinping unveiled the Belt and Road Initiative, one of China's most ambitious plans yet. The concept comes from the ancient Silk Road to connect and do business through a series of transportation links over land and sea.
我们可以用创新的合作模式，共同建设丝绸之路经济带，这是一项造福沿途各国人民的大事业。
We see the Belt and Road Initiative as the most relevant project, which I hope will contribute to a more fair globalization. And a more fair globalization is the best way to have a future of shared prosperity.
According to a report by the World Bank, the Belt and Road Initiative will increase the trade of participating countries from 2.8% to 9.7%. Climate change is another pressing global issue. The CPC has given the direction for the country to fulfill its commitment to the Paris Agreement, insisting China take a leading role.
最近呢，国家提出了这个碳达峰和碳中和的概念，这又是体现了我们中国政府在这个节能减排方面的担当啊。 同时也为光伏行业的发展提供一个有利的契机。
The hope is that this Belt and Road will bring what the Silk Road did, a chance to explore new possibilities, turn strangers into friends, and exposure to new ideas. The Yungang Grottoes, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, would not exist without the Silk Road that brought Buddhism from India to China some 2,000 years ago. The grottos were hand-carved from the mountains by Buddhist converts as a place of worship.
一个国家、一个民族要屹立于世界民族之林、世界国家之林。 你得有你根本性的东西，这个根本性的东西应该就是文化，而云冈石窟正是体现了中华文化博大精深 包容、开放、创新的整个内涵。永港石窟呢是世界艺术从西方走向东方的流雅，它的前身是犍陀罗艺术，犍陀罗艺术又称为后希腊时代的艺术，所以永港是世界艺术一部分，我们要让永港和世界对话。永港石窟是中国早期的石窟寺，它的特点就是中西文化在此纵情交流。比如说这一宗佛像，那我们一看不是中国人，再看我们这个前面的图片，有西域中亚一带的形象，也有更远的甚至西亚的形象，而最右边的这宗像呢是欧罗巴人种，是欧洲人。就是说永港是一个博大的艺术宝库，它是世界文明的聚集，也是来自于西方的和我们中国人自己共同创造的一个世界级的宝库。在永港体现了多元文化在此交融，永港包含着世界文明，不管是 A 级、两河流域还是希腊、罗马、印度，都能在永港石窟找到影子。西式设计与中式技艺在永港完美结合，就是想告诉我们今天的人，在我们1500年，我们北魏时代，我们的老祖宗他们已经是一个开放的心怀，面向世界的了，何况我们今天。
还有一些彩色啊。
他强调，云冈石窟是世界文化遗产，保护好云冈石窟不仅具有中国意义，而且具有世界意义。
Zhang Zhuo says the message from Xi's visit was clear. The CPC wants to embrace different civilizations created by people around the world, and it hopes all nations will join hands to build a shared community and respect different cultures.
因为经过1500年的历史，永港石窟逐渐的衰老了、分化了，因此我们大量的工作需要做。总共永港现在保存了59000多尊佛像，同时也有2000多幅西来的装饰纹样。我们现在的保护越来越精细，洞窟的维修呢，既有石雕也有壁画，我们逐渐的走向一个艺术化修复和预防性保护的这条路，不破坏或者影响现有的保存的状态，在此基础上进行预防性的修复。
我们现在的理念主要是要保持文物现在的状态。
Welcome to our special coverage on CGTN. It is 3 p.m. here in Beijing and around noon in the Afghan capital Kabul. The war-torn country is now free of American military presence as the last U.S. forces have left the country after almost 20 years. But for many Afghans and the rest of the world, the future of the nation remains uncertain. And for the very latest situation on the ground, we will go live to Kabul. We'll focus on global reactions also to the U.S. troops' withdrawal. And for some analysis, we're also joined in the studio by Victor Gao, Chair Professor at Soochow University. And we'll also have with us Middle East experts Meir Javedanfer and Professor Harvey Zoden, a senior fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. So stay with us for our special coverage. The U.S. military has completed its withdrawal from Afghanistan to end a brutal 20-year war. The Taliban have now taken full control of the Kabul airport. The withdrawal led to the evacuation of U.S. troops as well as over 123,000 Americans, foreign nationals and Afghans who had helped the U.S.-led effort. Celebratory gunfire rang out in Kabul in the early hours of Tuesday, and senior Taliban officials hailed the event as a day marking the country's full independence. A Taliban spokesperson has called the pullout, quote, historic, and says the Taliban want to have good relations with not only the United States, but also the whole world. Take a listen.
Coming to Afghanistan or have a view of aggression towards our country, they should forget about it. That no Afghans will surrender to force. The way Americans left Afghanistan is a good lesson for the future generation. They were damaged financially. It's a good lesson for everybody else that the nation of Afghan, that it's a historic day for us. We don't have doubt in this. It's a free country. It is a sovereign country.
Let's now go live to our correspondent Nasratullah Hakpal at the Kabul airport. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. Give us the latest on the ground. What are you seeing at the airport? What can you hear?
Right now, I'm at the center of Kabul airport, the center terminal, where the U.S. forces has left almost 12 hours early from this ground. Right now, you're seeing there are the Taliban top officials, Anas Haqqani, who is member of Taliban political office in Doha. Now he's in the airport, the terminal, and also checking the terminal and also talking with the journalists and his supporters. So what we have witnessed and saw in here, the U.S. forces has destroyed and damaged every vehicle and every asset over here. Even there are the trucks, cars, armored Humvees, that they are poisoned. One of the Taliban officials, Mr. Saeed, told me one of our colleagues touched the armored and he was poisoned and died. So it means if you use that, you're going to be died. So these are the damages and destruction the U.S. forces after their evacuation have left in Kabul airport.
And we understand earlier in the day, Taliban spokesperson Zabihullah Mujahid delivered a speech to media at the Hamid Karzai International Airport this morning. What were the highlights of that speech?
Just he has expressed and highlighted that a celebration and congratulation to Afghan people, Afghan nations, and Mujahideen of Taliban Emirate, and also he assured the citizens and those who wanted to leave Afghanistan with the documents they can leave and withdraw from Afghanistan by air and by land. And also his message was that it is time to fix and make our country together, and there is no threat and no concern from anyone, those who have worked with the previous administration.
Well, looks like we've lost the connection with our correspondent there. It seems that senior leader at the Taliban are holding a small rally at the airport. We'll let our correspondent find out more about that and bring us the latest. That was Nasratullah Hakpal joining us live at the Kabul airport. Meantime, U.S. President Joe Biden says he will address the nation Tuesday on the final U.S. exit from Afghanistan. Our Kate Fisher has more from Washington, D.C.
President Joe Biden is due to address the American people later on today in a televised address, but he did issue a short written statement on Monday after those final flights out of Kabul, and he said that the past 17 days have seen troops execute the largest airlift in US history. And he said that the decision to leave Afghanistan by August the 31st was a unanimous recommendation of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and commanders on the ground. And he said that ending the military mission was the best way to protect the lives of US troops. And he said that the US would lead continued coordination to ensure safe passage for people to leave Afghanistan if they wanted to, and that the US would hold the Taliban to its commitments on the safe passage of those people. But questions are being raised about how the administration can actually do that, given the fact that they no longer have a military presence or a diplomatic presence in Afghanistan. But Secretary of State Antony Blinken also spoke yesterday, Monday, here in Washington, and he said that despite all that, the US would still be able to operate effectively.
So here's our plan for the days and weeks ahead. First, we built a new team to help lead this new mission. As of today, we've suspended our diplomatic presence in Kabul and transferred our operations to Doha, Qatar, which will soon be formally notified to Congress. Given the uncertain security environment and political situation in Afghanistan, it was the prudent step to take.
A divided UN Security Council has adopted a resolution calling on the Taliban to allow safe passage for people who want to leave Afghanistan. The resolution stressed the importance of maintaining humanitarian access, and it was adopted on Monday as the U.S. completed its troops pullout from Afghanistan. French President Emmanuel Macron said on Sunday that countries are working on a UN proposal aimed at establishing a safe zone in Kabul, but this suggestion was not mentioned in Monday's resolution. China abstained from voting on the measure, and Chinese Deputy Ambassador to the UN explained why China did not back the resolution and said the recent chaos in Afghanistan is directly related to the hasty and disorderly withdrawal of foreign troops.
我们的修改意见没有得到充分采纳。
Our suggestions to change the resolution were not sufficiently incorporated. China has consistently opposed the forcible pushing by draft resolution sponsors. Based on this, China abstained from voting. The troops' withdrawal is not the end of responsibility, but the beginning of reflection and correction. Relevant parties need to respect Afghan sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and the right of Afghans to determine their own fate. They need to correct the mistake of forcing their own systems onto others.
And let's get more international reaction onto this. We can go live now with our correspondent Stuart Smith joining us in Moscow. Good to see you there, Stuart. What's Russia's stance towards the situation in Afghanistan?
Russia has been cautiously optimistic throughout the transition, although very reluctant so far to actually declare the Taliban or change the Taliban's extremist organization designation that it has in Russia. The government and the diplomats in Kabul have been speaking with the Taliban, have been negotiating with them, and have frequently been at least in a cordial relationship with the Taliban. For example, getting the Taliban to provide security at their embassy, the Taliban guaranteeing the safety of evacuation flights that Russia has taken part in over the past week, with over 500 citizens evacuated from Kabul airport. Russia's top line, Russia's main concern is desiring a country which is peaceful, secure and stable. And its particular concerns involve making sure that terrorism is not resurgent in Afghanistan and that the drugs trade does not come about again. On top of that, well, there's also a big concern about how the rise of the Taliban and the control of the Taliban will affect the Central Asian states like Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. Will those borders be secure? And there's also a concern from President Putin especially about whether refugees leaving Afghanistan will add to instability in neighboring states.
And Stuart, Russia did not back the resolution from the UN Security Council on urging the Taliban to ensure safe passage for people wanting to leave Afghanistan. Any comments from the government yet?
That's right. Russia did not vote against it, but it did abstain, and there are three reasons given by Russia's diplomat to the United Nations, permanent representative to the United Nations. He said that the draft's authors, the UK and France, ignored Russia's main concerns. One was that the effect of the evacuation of specialists in Afghanistan could have a detrimental effect on the country. The highest trained, the most well-trained people leaving the country and leaving behind a brain drain. In addition, Russia wanted to condemn Islamic State proper, as well as the East Turkestan Islamic movement. The draft statement only referred to ISIS-K. And thirdly, sanctions. Russia would like to see sanctions on Afghanistan removed, as they, it says, are harmful economically and socially. Also, Russia's calling on the United States to release funds held against Afghanistan at the moment.
Thank you so much for the latest. Stuart Smith joining us live from Moscow. And let's get more perspectives. We have Professor Harvey Zoden joining us on Skype. He is a senior fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor. Now, what type of government do you think the Taliban will form? A religiously conservative one or a more secular one?
The fact is that nobody really knows. Maybe not even the Taliban themselves, because like the country itself, it's made up of many factions of warring tribes. It's exactly why ISIS-K, who did the airport attack last week, split from the Taliban, who weren't aggressive enough for them. The Taliban practice an extreme form of Islam called Deobandi that insists on a strict version of Sharia law. We still don't know if the Taliban will be the old Taliban of 1996 to 2001, that Afghanistans who are old enough to remember loathe and fear, or Taliban 2.0, who've said such nice words on social media about being more inclusive, such as about women's rights. On the ground, in fact, signals are mixed, with executions and atrocities being committed, but with the Taliban allowing the US and allies to leave. So the jury is still out. But at the moment, we're dealing with a Taliban somewhere in the range of 1.0 to 1.5. And that's why so many Afghans want to leave.
And Professor, there's internal division in NATO about the issue of Afghanistan. What's your take on that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It's striking for two reasons. First, the Europeans are largely driven by the very real fear of themselves being invaded by waves of refugees, hundreds of thousands of them potentially from Afghanistan. It's like 6 years ago when they had to absorb huge numbers of refugees from Syria, 1.3 million of them, that created a right-left political divide that still affects and haunts them today. So we're seeing the international version of the NIMBY phenomenon, not in my backyard. The second thing is that Biden...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Professor, but we are having breaking news here. A press conference is now being held. It is said that the German's foreign minister and Pakistani foreign minister are holding this press conference on their stance on the U.S. withdrawal. Let's go live to the press conference.
Michael Fischer, Deutsche Presseagentur. Herr Minister Maas, die letzten US-Soldaten haben gestern oder heute Nacht Afghanistan verlassen. Der internationale Militäreinsatz ist jetzt beendet. Für die Bemühungen, schutzbedürftige Afghanen außer Landes zu bringen, bedeutet das, dass man nun vollständig auf die Taliban angewiesen ist. Mich würde interessieren, für wie verlässlich Sie die Zusage der Taliban erhalten, freies Geleit zu gewähren bei der Ausreise auf dem Landweg. Und wann glauben Sie, wird vom Flughafen Kabul der erste Charterflug starten? Minister Qureshi, Pakistan has taken in millions of refugees over the last 40 years. Nowadays, your refugee policy is very restrictive. Can you imagine under any circumstances to change this policy, for example, if massive international aid would be granted?
I'm going to quickly interpret the question into English.
Yes.
Okay. The last American soldiers have left Afghanistan last night. The military mission has ended. So in order to evacuate vulnerable Afghan citizens, we rely fully on the Taliban now. It depends on their pledges to guarantee free travel via land routes. When, Mr. Minister, is the first charter flight going to take off Kabul airport again?
Zunächst einmal gibt es die Zusagen der Taliban. Ob man sich darauf verlassen kann, wird man, glaube ich, erst in den kommenden Tagen und auch Wochen sehen. Möglicherweise wird in Kürze eine neue Regierung von den Taliban vorgestellt. Auch das wird einen ersten Hinweis darauf geben, ob unserer Forderung, dass diese Regierung eine inklusive sein soll, auch gerecht geworden ist. Wir halten es für wichtig, auch den Teil der afghanischen Bevölkerung, der nicht durch die Taliban repräsentiert wird, in dieser Regierung zu repräsentieren. Und wir werden sehen, wie dies von den Taliban bei der Vorstellung ihrer neuen Regierung auch berücksichtigt worden ist. Wir bereiten uns, weil es diese Zusage gibt, zusammen mit anderen darauf vor, Menschen, sobald der Flughafen wieder operabel ist, und wir hoffen, dass das in einem überschaubaren Zeitraum der Fall ist, für besondere Charterflüge zur Verfügung steht und Menschen über den Flughafen ausgeflogen werden. Wir sehen aber auch jetzt, dass es Menschen gibt, die sich auf dem Landweg zu den Grenzen Afghanistans begeben, und wir brauchen Verfahren, um diese Menschen, sofern sie zu denjenigen gehören, die einen Aufenthaltstitel bei uns haben oder bekommen, diese von diesen Ländern auch nach Deutschland bringen. Und das ist natürlich eine der Themen gewesen auf dieser Reise, die wir hier besprochen haben. Und ich fliege heute weiter nach Doha. In Doha, in Katar, gibt es intensive Kontakte zu den Taliban, um auch dort noch einmal die Informationen zu erhalten, die uns dabei behilflich sein können, einzuschätzen, inwieweit die Zusagen der Taliban eingehalten werden. Wir wollen nicht nur, dass sie eingehalten werden, sondern wir wollen sie jetzt auch umsetzen, und dazu führen wir selbst auch weitere Gespräche zurzeit mit den Taliban.
Yes, there is the pledge by the Taliban. Whether these pledges and the commitments made are reliable remains to be seen in the coming days and weeks. Soon the Taliban are going to introduce and present a new government, and it remains to be seen. This is an indicator for us. It remains to be seen if this government is as inclusive a government as we demanded it to be. It is important for us that all Afghans, also Afghans who do not support the Taliban, are represented, feel represented by this government. And it remains to be seen if the Taliban will take this into account. We're also preparing, in close cooperation with others, to organize charter flights as soon as Kabul airport is operable again. And we will see, we're already seeing now that people are traveling via land routes to the borders of Afghanistan, and we need procedures to make these people, to bring these people to Germany if they're eligible for admission to Germany, and to bring them to Germany. This is a topic that I discussed with my colleagues during this trip, and I'm also going to travel to Doha, Qatar, where there are contacts to the Taliban and discussions with the Taliban, and I hope we will receive the information and get the necessary information that we need in order to assess if the Taliban will honor their commitments and honor their pledges, but not only honoring them, but also will act on them.
Just responding to your question, I will say that you are aware of the fact that we are hosting over 3 million Afghan refugees for decades. We've been as hospitable as we could, and they have been secure here. They have had health facilities, education facilities in Pakistan, and they've also, been given opportunities for livelihood in Pakistan. Now, can we take more? The honest answer is that it's not a question of assistance only, economic assistance, and you said if the international community is willing to give more money, can you take them? it's not a question of money. You know, we've been hosting them without money and without international assistance. The question is of capacity. You know, can we absorb more refugees is what needs to be understood. That is one. Secondly, despite the challenging situation in Afghanistan, security situation, as well as the COVID situation, we've kept our borders open for pedestrian crossing. People, who have documents have been allowed in. Trade has continued, from Chaman and from Torkham. So we facilitated in every possible way, to keep things calm and stable in Afghanistan. What we need to work on, and that is what we've discussed, is why not create an environment within Afghanistan that there is no need for refugees. The idea is to help and the international community to play its role, remain engaged, so that the need for exodus is not there. That should be our preference number one.
All right, that was the joint press conference held by German and Pakistani foreign minister there after the U.S. withdrawal in Afghanistan. Let me now bring in Professor Harvey Zoden with us. You together with us just listened to that press conference. Let me get your reaction to it. The Pakistani foreign minister talked about it, the refugee crisis. This is certainly a top concern now. The German foreign minister talked about it as well. What kind of impact do you think the influx of refugees will have on European countries and on Afghanistan's bordering countries?
Oh, I think potentially it's going to be catastrophic because they're not equipped to handle so many refugees. And frankly, they don't want them because it's creating a tremendous political divide in Europe and in America as well. So I believe that after so many refugees came from Afghanistan, from Syria, and other places, that Europe is full up and the U.S. Really doesn't want them. Some legislators in the U.S. are saying that bringing in Afghan refugees will bring in terrorists, which is, absurd because they're screened. So it's creating a great political divide between right and left. And that's why Europeans and Americans are fearful and don't want these refugees in their backyard, and why this has to be handled by the international organizations.
Thank you very much for your insight, Professor. Good to talk to you as always. And let me now also bring in my guest, Mr. Victor Gao, Chair Professor at Soochow University, is joining us here in the studio. Let me also get your take on this as well. The Pakistani foreign minister mentioned over the decade, Pakistan has housed over 3 million of Afghani refugees. And what do you think is going to happen now?
Well, first of all, the war in Afghanistan is coming to an end, even though it's a very, very abrupt and very unwelcome end. And then the next urgent task is whether Afghanistan, under the new leadership, most likely headed by Taliban, can achieve stability and development. Otherwise, if stability is lost, if crisis after crisis grip the country, definitely there will be waves upon waves of refugees leaving Afghanistan in all directions. And Pakistan, which borders the southern part of Afghanistan, sharing with the Pushtun ethnic groups in Afghanistan, more or less the same people, same religion, for example, they will bear the brunt of this refugee tsunami out of Afghanistan. So the crisis of humanitarian dimension will be tremendous. And I think neighboring countries, including China, we all need to be prepared, and the international community need to step up to the task of how to deal with this refugee tsunami out of Afghanistan.
And just give us a sense of what is facing the Taliban next as it tries to establish diplomatic relations with the world.
Well, personally, I hope Taliban will do the right thing in the coming weeks, months, and years. However, it is not clear as to what exactly they will do, because they came from a tradition of extreme version of Islam, which is not welcomed in most parts of the world. And they want to deprive women of their right to go to work. They want to prevent girls from going to school. All this will be very dangerous signs if Taliban leadership demonstrate them again. Now, moderate forces in Taliban may really want to reform Taliban and make sure that Afghanistan under its leadership will move on to peace, development, and engagement with not only neighboring countries but with the international community at large. This will be truly a very welcome development. However, there are always extreme forces within Afghanistan and also international terror groups embedded in Afghanistan. They may have very different agenda, they may have very, very different aspirations, which may not be the same as what the Taliban government may want to pursue. Again, I think a lot of wisdom and courage and vision are very much needed in Afghanistan, and we all need to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
And the implications of it, how will the power transfer in Afghanistan affect global or regional politics?
Absolutely. I think if the Taliban government in Afghanistan devotes to peace and development, a lot of international assistance will be forthcoming, because every one of us want to see peace and stability, and we do not want to see refugee tsunamis coming out of Afghanistan, hitting all the neighboring countries and many other countries beyond this particular region. However, if Taliban government fails in their proclamation and goes back to the extreme way of dealing with the people, especially women and minorities and people with different aspirations, for example, then I think Taliban government will be very much isolated, and they may prey upon the people in Afghanistan, turning them into victims. And I think it will be way too early to speculate about international aid or assistance by neighboring countries or other more developed countries, for example. So chaos may break loose in Afghanistan, and that will turn Afghanistan again into a hotbed of radicalization and extremism and terrorism into neighboring countries and regions and into the world at large. Then, don't forget, there are already hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of refugees of Afghanistan living and residing in many other parts of the world. They will suffer from agony. They will be torn apart by whatever tragedies that may emerge in Afghanistan. And I think the ripple effect in the rest of the world will be tremendous and profound. So again, let's hope for the best. Let's urge the Taliban to do the right thing, but we need to prepare for the worst.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Victor Gao, joining us here in the studio. Let me bring back our reporter Nasrullah Kakbal again. He is joining us at the Kabul airport. Now, earlier we were talking about this press conference that the Taliban spokesperson held earlier in the morning. What were the key messages he delivered for those of our viewers who missed it?
Well, Sadullah Mujahid and two others of Taliban officials have expressed and talked with the media. The message they have given were three major points. The first one was that it is a good day and historic day for the Taliban movement, for the Afghan nations, to celebrate the freedom and the liberation of their country, that their country is freed from occupation of U.S. and NATO forces. The second message was that they are working, they are in consultation with the Afghan figures, previous Afghan figures and politicians to form a government, inclusive government, and that is included all figures in different ethnic of Afghanistan. The third one is that they are working to provide services and also to operational once again the Kabul International Airport. Therefore, the U.S. forces destroyed and dysfunctional all systems, cars, tracks, building, assets, and we got the images of the truck. Even they have poisoned armored cars. If one touch that car, he will be poisoned. It even go to die there. Therefore, there are many cars and armored vehicles over there. We can see that they are destroyed by the U.S. forces. They even destroyed the machinery, system, and assets in Kabul airport. And there was one another top official and member of Doha negotiation team, Anas Haqqani. He expressed his emotion and said, we cannot count and we cannot control our emotions. Therefore, after 20 years of destruction, mass killing, bombing, air strikes, and prisoner torturing, now we are free and we are retaining and getting the freedom and liberty of our country and our nation. And this is the time to work and together to make our country. And also, I put a question, a request of the Taliban leadership, that what they want from China and Chinese people. He said we want close and friendship relation with our neighbor countries, especially China, to support us in different areas.
And just talk to us, what is the public mood there in Kabul after the complete withdrawal of U.S. troops?
As I have talked with some of the individuals and common people on the street, on the gate of Kabul airport, on the bazaar, so most of the people or more of them were happy and they were congratulating and celebrating. They said that US and NATO came to Afghanistan just for distraction and for their own political and intelligence and economic purpose. They did not make and build our country. Whatever they were announcing on the media, their support, their financial support to Afghan, more than half of them were returning back to US, Europe, and other countries. Therefore, even one advisor in Afghanistan from US and Europe countries, that he or she was receiving more than $30,000 or $50,000 per month. But the ordinary Afghan could not have monthly $200 to $300. Now they ask the Taliban leadership to form the government, an Islamic system in Afghanistan, and to put an end for injustice that has been usual in previous administration supported by the U.S. government.
And are people concerned about the economic situation there in the country? How's that going?
Well, yeah, this is an overwhelmed concern of common people of Afghanistan. The first one is the restarting of banking system, money exchanges, centers or markets that we call Sarafi in Afghanistan. Therefore, most of the business and daily life is depend on banking system and also money exchange centers, and also reactivating the institutions and system to provide and offer services to the people. And within 2 weeks, everything is paused and stopped. They ask the government to restart and run different aspects of social life.
Appreciate the latest. That's Nasratullah Haqbal joining us once again at the Kabul airport. Do keep in touch. Thank you. Let's also bring in Mahal Bartvet joining us in Antalya, Turkey. Good to see you there this hour, Mahal. What has been the latest reaction from the Turkish side on the Taliban after the final withdrawal of the U.S. troops?
Well, Turkey has been open to dialogue with the Taliban since it has taken control over Afghanistan. Our Turkish President Erdogan has stated that this is what diplomacy is about, to keep the channels of communications open with whoever is in charge. Erdogan has also stressed that it is with cautious optimism that he's welcoming the statements from the Taliban, that the actions rather than words of the Taliban in the upcoming days or months will be critical to see. Turkey has been eager to operate the Kabul airport and wants to stay active in Afghanistan, and the Taliban clearly needs technical support. That's what it has offered Turkey, to provide technical support to operate the airport. However, the Taliban also wants to stay in charge of security of the airport, and that's what the negotiations between Turkey and the Taliban has been over, especially regarding the airport, and Turkey is yet to make a decision regarding that issue. However, Turkey has also stated that there needs to be a lot of repair work at the airport as well, that the runways, towers, and terminals have been been damaged. So there needs to be repair work to reduce these deficiencies in order for these operations at the airport to begin once again. It's also stated that keeping the airport, of course, operational is going to be critical not only for diplomatic missions but also for aid to be able to pass into Afghanistan. And Turkey has also been in talks with Qatar in regard to the airport.
And Mahal, Turkey has been bracing for more Afghan refugees to arrive. What is the latest on that?
Well, Turkey has basically stated that it wants to prevent a new wave of migration from Afghanistan. It's repeatedly stated by Turkish officials that Turkey cannot take more refugees. Turkey is already, according to Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, hosting 5 million refugees, and 300,000 of them are from Afghanistan. So he's emphasized that it's important for Afghanistan to reach stability in order to reduce the pressure on migration. Erdogan has stated that they will be in dialogue with whoever is in charge in Afghanistan. And following talks with the German Foreign Minister, Turkey's Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu stated that Turkey has fulfilled its humanitarian and ethical duties regarding to migration. Also, meanwhile, the European Union is determined to prevent uncontrolled migration from Afghanistan. The EU is working jointly in order to prevent such a wave from happening, and Turkey wants to cooperate with the European Union regarding this migration, potential migration, because Turkey is going to be affected if such a crisis from Afghanistan does happen. In order to prevent this, Turkey has already increased security at the Iranian border. It is building a concrete wall at the Iranian border. So Turkey's message is clear. We do not want a new refugee crisis taking place in Turkey.
Mahal Bardwa joining us live from Antalya, Turkey. Thanks so much. And our Middle East expert, Mayor Javid Enver, is joining us now live from Tel Aviv. Let's get more perspectives from him. Good to see you there, sir. Now, the Taliban's return to power could have long-lasting effects on regional dynamics. How do you think things will play out in the Middle East?
Well, Chuyang, one of the impacts is going to be that there's going to be lots of American weapons now available that could fall in the hands of various terrorist organizations that are going to base themselves in Afghanistan on the Taliban. We already see some members of Al-Qaeda already are returning to Afghanistan. Afghanistan could also turn into a major training camp for different terrorist groups which threaten different countries in this region. And last but not least, Chuyang, there's the nightmare scenario. And that nightmare scenario being that Afghanistan could turn into a lab, a sovereign lab for the production and research into biological and chemical weapons by terrorist organizations. It should be noted that Al-Qaeda in the past, before the Americans invaded Afghanistan, had shown interest in such weapons, and the CIA had found that they were looking for research, and they were looking into such weapons, but they couldn't, of course, continue with the research because America invaded Afghanistan. But the nightmare scenario is that now that Afghanistan under a sovereign Taliban government, we could see that happening. And that could turn into a serious threat for the region, if not for the world.
And on top of that, the European Union also fears a repeat of the refugee crisis back in 2015. But over the last few decades, it's been Pakistan and Iran that have housed the overwhelming majority of Afghan refugees, several millions of them. What impacts does the influx of refugees have on both Europe and Afghan's neighboring countries?
First of all, let's look at Pakistan and Iran. Both countries are facing COVID crisis. Both countries, at the moment, I mean, that's without another influx of Afghan refugees. Both countries are facing COVID. Both countries are facing a drought. Iran is under very tough sanctions, and also its economy is suffering from lack of energy. We see power blackouts in Tehran and in other major cities. Pakistan has got its own economic challenges, which could be exacerbated by the arrival of a new wave of refugees. So that's just these two countries. In terms of Europe, the European economies have also been suffering because of COVID, but there's also the political dimension in Europe. One of the reasons Brexit happened and Britain left Europe was because of the issue of immigration. So the increasing immigration from other countries into Europe, especially from Afghanistan, could put pressure not only on the economic resources of these countries, but also on the political resources, on the political system of these countries. They could strengthen right-wing, anti-immigrant political parties in these countries. We saw that already, as I said, in Britain, and it could happen in other places in Europe. So that's one of the reasons actually why some of the European countries are concerned about additional Afghan refugees, but it seems that because of the relationship with the US, they will have to take in some of them.
I appreciate your perspectives as always, Mr. Meir Javidan, for joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much. For years, critics have condemned the long-lasting U.S.-led war in Afghanistan, and now, as the U.S. completes its pullout, the Biden administration is taking much of the blame for a miscalculated and catastrophic end to the war. Our next report examines what role each of the four presidents has played in the 20-year war and what their share of the legacy may be.
20 years after the United States toppled the Taliban, the world watched as the group reclaimed Afghanistan without much opposition in a matter of days. The withdrawal of American forces and their allies has fallen on the shoulders of every US president after George W. Bush. This year, the pullout was completed under Joe Biden, exposing what critics have called a can of worms. The conflict has cost trillions of dollars, funds meant for the upkeep of US troops and Afghanistan's economic development. Some 200,000 people have died, a third of them were civilians, and millions have been displaced.
حالت اشتکای موتورسایکل می‌بینیم با چشم ظرفتون می‌بینیم دروغگوره گفتنش خوبش نیست نه حالت از موتورسایکل دور از سر پا خواست کسی یک تکرانان یک جور آب بر از اینا یک فرش پلاستیکی رو از اینا لازم نداره.
Now, many are asking, what was America's longest war for? Shortly after one of the deadliest days in US history, President George W. Bush declared a global war on terror. America's main target was the Islamist militant group Al-Qaeda and its leader, Osama bin Laden, identified as the mastermind behind 9/11. The military campaign centered on Taliban-ruled Afghanistan, which Washington has accused of protecting terrorists.
The United States military has begun strikes against Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations.
But some analysts have said that there was more to the US invasion than meets the eye.
His first objective, again, was to try to leverage 9/11 into an attack on Iraq. But in terms of the broader geostrategic objectives, one was to put this massive US military footprint in Central Asia because there were broader strategic interests at stake related to containing Russia and China.
US firepower routed the Taliban government within a span of 2 months. A week after the war began, the group said it might hand over bin Laden for trial in a third country if the US would stop bombing and present evidence that he was connected to 9/11.
There's no need to discuss innocence or guilt. We know he's guilty. Turn him over. If they want us to stop our military operations, they just got to meet my conditions. And when I said no negotiations, I meant no negotiations.
Bombing continued as bin Laden escaped to Pakistan. A year later, President Bush announced a reconstruction plan for the battle-torn country, redirecting military support to the war in Iraq. Press coverage of the US invasion of Afghanistan portrayed the conflict as difficult but necessary.
If we're looking at it in sort of cold, hard, real politics, the US was following its interest here, but it should have been clear from the start that this was never really about liberating Afghanistan, never really about liberating Afghan women. never really about establishing a new state or democracy, but rather fulfilling the strategic objectives of American superpower unilateralism.
But the violence did not stop, as the Taliban and other groups maintained pockets of resistance across the country. Under President Barack Obama, the US ramped up troops to help fight off insurgency. In 2011, there were more than 100,000 American soldiers in Afghanistan. The goal appeared simple but ambitious. The US would help train Afghan forces, stabilize the government, and leave by the end of the year.
Early into the conflict in Vietnam, that the US position was unwinnable. And I think we have that same sort of realization that's taking place during the Obama administration. So I think what we see over time is the Obama administration slowly drawing down forces, so they can't be blamed historically, but also avoiding taking responsibility for the real problem at hand.
On May 2nd, 2011, nearly a decade after the 9/11 attacks, President Obama announced what would be perceived as a foreign policy victory.
That the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. After nearly 10 years of service, struggle, and sacrifice, we know well the costs of war.
But continued threats of insecurity kept the US in Afghanistan. Troops were significantly scaled down by 2014, but they did not leave entirely.
We have to recognize Afghanistan will not be a perfect place. And it is not America's responsibility to make it one. The future of Afghanistan must be decided by Afghans. But what the United States can do, what we will do, is secure our interests and help give the Afghans a chance, an opportunity to seek a long overdue and hard-earned peace.
America's military involvement in the Afghan conflict can be traced as far back as the 1970s, way before its own war.
When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, we had this brilliant idea that we were going to come to Pakistan and create a force of mujahideen, equip them with Stinger missiles and everything else to go after the Soviets inside Afghanistan. And we were successful. The Soviets left Afghanistan, and then we said, great, goodbye, leaving these trained people who were fanatical in Afghanistan and Pakistan, leaving them well armed, creating a mess, frankly, that at the time we didn't really recognize. We were just so happy to see the Soviet Union fall. Now you look back, the people we're fighting today, we were supporting in the fight against the Soviets.
When Donald Trump took office in 2017, the Afghan war had grown largely unpopular among Americans. Trump was critical of previous administrations.
When I became president, I was given a bad and very complex hand, but I fully knew what I was getting into. We must address the reality of the world as it exists right now, the threats we face, and the confronting of all of the problems of today, and extremely predictable consequences of a hasty withdrawal.
For years, peace talks stalled amid infighting among Afghan factions. But in February 2019, the US announced the result of its own negotiations with the Taliban. The deal? All US troops and their allies out of Afghanistan, with the guarantee that the Taliban would keep terrorist groups out as well.
As we speak, the United States is also working to end the war in Afghanistan, and we are bringing our troops home. America is fulfilling our destiny as peacemaker, but it is peace through strength.
Some accused Trump of seeking a distraction from his government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Trump had really, from the beginning, sold his political brand as repudiating the old Republicans. He really targeted Bush for lying about the war on terror, for having this misguided strategy into Afghanistan and Iraq. And clearly, by Trump's time in power, this was no longer really delivering strategic benefits, but just massive costs. As a result, he wants to advance this goal because it's become part of his talking points for re-election.
When Joe Biden became president, however, he followed through on Trump's policy and in April announced a complete end to the Afghan military operation by September 11th, exactly 20 years after the 9/11 attacks. But what the Biden administration did not anticipate was the pace at which the Taliban regained control as the US made their exit.
The speed of the Taliban's advance has been very surprising. The fact that the Taliban are advancing is not surprising, and I attribute that to President Biden's decision. He, I think, delivered a crippling morale blow to the Afghan army, and they no longer believed they had the resources they needed to win.
Biden has defended his decision, saying nation building was not the United States' purpose in Afghanistan, contradicting those in the Bush era who said they would rebuild the country.
We have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan is taking many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president.
The last couple days I've been struggling with the emotion of it. Just there's a mix of anger, a mix of depression, about what's happening.
The blame here isn't the fact that the catastrophe has occurred, because again, it might have happened regardless. Rather, that Biden has seemed so indifferent to the consequences and did so little to try to prevent it.
A former United Nations envoy has described the US withdrawal as a colossal failure, but also suggests the blame cannot be pinned on a single administration, much less a single leader.
I think the proper way to describe this is that the Biden administration implemented the Trump surrender agreement that was signed in 2020. And, we can debate who's most culpable. I don't think that's a particularly productive thing. If we want to know where it went wrong, I would say maybe around the beginning of 2002.
The blame game in Washington has already begun in earnest. And, those who support the president say it's Trump's fault, and those who support Trump say it's Biden's fault. And some people say, no, it's Ashraf Ghani's fault. And other people say, no, it's the intelligence community's fault. And they say it's George W. Bush's fault for, And I think here failure is going to have 1,000 fathers.
Meanwhile, analysts say America's unilateral decisions on Afghanistan are raising concerns among its allies, from hasty peace talks under Trump to a hasty pullout under Biden.
He was negotiating unilaterally with the Taliban, excluding American allies who had supported the U.S. in Afghanistan, and even excluding the Afghan government. He really shifted what was happening on the ground.
Despite growing fatigue from the conflict, some Americans believe U.S. efforts were not in vain.
In the 20 years that the United States and our partners have been in Afghanistan, a new generation of Afghan leaders has stepped forward to help chart a better future for the country. Their ranks include women's rights activists, independent journalists, anti-corruption crusaders, and democracy advocates.
But Professor Mahoney says it's hard to put a positive spin on defeat.
In time, the disaster in Afghanistan will be remembered as an American failure, not simply attributable to one president. It will be remembered as the clearest example of imperial hubris, as squandering the peace dividend after the Cold War, as the continuation of permanent war with the so-called war on terror, as the unjust deserts of a global superpower acting unilaterally without impunity.
Within less than 2 weeks, the Taliban's advance unfolded like a takeover waiting to happen. Questions have been raised over how the group gained so much traction in the past 2 decades. The Taliban say they believe most Afghans never supported or grew frustrated by the US in power.
Occupation is occupation. It is lack of freedom. It is that many things are imposed on the people. You do not have independent economic policy, political policy, and social policy, so and so. But in independence, you are the owner. You take up decision and implement them, and you take decision bearing in mind the interest of your country and of your people.
Over the centuries, Afghanistan's location at crossroads of Asia has made it a battlefield for competing empires, from the Persians to the Mongols. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the British and the Soviets invaded and were forced to leave. Now it's the United States' turn, and many are asking if they should have descended on Afghanistan in the first place. What legacy will be left behind? Who should take responsibility for the war? And, above all, will the US continue or change its long-standing policy of military interventionism?
And that's going to do it for our special coverage of U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Thank you so much for watching. Up next is Global Business. Stay tuned.